Ladies and gentlemen, the Void Storm. Boop. Alright, so we're going to start with the usual smattering of kind of side funsies, little quests. And we'll wrap up towards more serious stuff in a minute when we get there, which we will get there. Why do I suddenly see no quests on my map at all? That's kind of strange. Huh? Oh, there they are. That was strange. Okay. Well, anyways, yeah, there's a bunch. Yes, remember, we're running Amirdrasil tonight. It'll probably be just me, because everyone else is off, unavailable, but... as long as I remember, Kraken-san, I got your back.
How did you get here?
Pitting the hatchlings against one another is sure to breed violence. Yes. But you mortals speak of something else called... strategy. Ugh. Perhaps I should try it.
What is it?
You, make yourself useful. As master of terrible beasts, it's my job to mold these hatchlings into dread beasts, pitting them against each other as they grow more and more violent. But the elves insist I yield better results with a bit of tender and loving care. Let's put this to the test. This runt is Phydophicus. You will show him tenderness and affection. We will see how ferocious he becomes. Collect some delicious treats for him and return to me.
Leave.
I'm sorry, are you raising these for Decimus? I don't do anything for Decimus. I'm here to keep an eye on them. We Dominar are in constant competition for power. Even when your simple eyes do not see it, we are vying for station. Decimus's sanctuary gives me the resources I need to grow my pack of monstrosities. In return, my monstrosities help defend Decimus, so for now, we are allied. I have no doubt this will change. Decimus knows this as well. The only thing more deadly than a Dominar is a Dominar with a menagerie of fang and claw. I am incredibly powerful. I would probably take about 3 seconds for you to kill. Yes, yes. Ooh, ooh. Okay. Now show me viciousness. The dog cocks his head in curiosity. Okay, now show me conquest. The dog scratches his flank.
What more do you want? Leave me.
So that's a vector quest.
Oh, what pleasure will you bring me today?
I'm gonna go and grab that quest, because that's gonna be a thing. I guess I'll read that one out loud. Ah, Lore Runner, I have so enjoyed our time together. I hunger for more. I wish you knew more of me than my predilection for the taste of mortal suffering. One of my greatest joys is crafting void power into objects and structures. It is my passion, my art. Here, I will show you. First, we will need power. You already know how to get that, of course. Kill, kill, kill. Ah, strangely, I find myself wanting to know you better, and I want you to know me. Is that what you mortals call friendship? I hope so.
What needs bring you here?
Nice guy. A Dominar was harrying our back lines, but it was different from the other void beasts. Good evening, Bokamibo. Or morning, excuse me. Like it was playing with us rather than fighting. My partner led a squad to hunt it down and never came back. Callum's an Arathi through and through. He wouldn't fall here, I know it. Ooh, this quest. Okay, actually, let's hold off on that one, excuse me. So what's this one, then? This should just be the weekly.
The universe is full of mystery.
Well, yeah, and the rewards.
Walk your own path.
Yeah, I already did that.
I greet you.
Yep, okay, sorry. Sorry, we're gonna hold off on those 3 quests. I know. Just bear with me. There it is. There it is. We're gonna let this guy out.
Arkenan Poros.
The Draenei first tries to speak to you in his native tongue, adapting after you fail to respond. Men the Void, take here. Come sky. Fighting, killing, want to go back. Help brothers and sisters. Show you.
Dionis Aka.
Here, let me get you out of there, first of all. He gracefully bows gratefully and then points to the northwest horizon. Okay, I'll deal with that in a minute. Alright, let's get some tasty treats for our delicious dog. And yes, Decimus is definitely an evil ally archetype. To a T, really. Also of the smarter than he looks variety. Yes, unfortunately, this character doesn't have the gear infusion. Giga over there is like, you know, I hate you personally. Which doesn't surprise me. I mean, she is called the Giga Pudding after all. Not the, like, you know, empathy pudding. Or the positively inclined pudding. Trying to torture me more in ESO. I know how it is. You're not content to torture me just in ESO, though. You try to torture me in WoW, too. Decimus has already been a triple positive here. Oh, that's a good point. Pudding is a pretty positive thing, isn't it? I appear to be corrected. Oh, hi, Mr. Red. I'm never playing FF11 again. Did you guys see that they're doing... This is actually not a joke. Wizardry, and FF11 are doing a collaboration. It's... On the off chance some of you don't know, I actually plan to someday do a little bit of a poking at the rest of the Ultima series and the Might and Magic series. I was going to include Wizardry in that, because that's the trio, right? That's the three big Western RPGs that kind of started all this. Then I looked into the specifics of playing Wizardry, and then I decided not to do that. I don't have a better way to summarize Wizardry than that. We're not streaming it. So you're going to want this quest. That's just going to be a long-term quest. And this is the one I'm currently doing. And that's actually it right now. Oh, nice. Whenever we get back to WoW, that is to say me and my co-op group, I'm going to go ahead and drag them into Heroic, Nightall, and Heroic, whatever the other one is. Wizardry is... To try and summarize... Wizardry is the most dungeon crawler of all of the old dungeon crawlers. The most dungeon crawler. Let me be very clear about the way I'm phrasing that. It is very dungeon crawly. Ultima and Might and Magic have got nothing on it. Let me put this into a bit of perspective here. The first Might and Magic game, if we sit down and play it, is probably going to be like a 10, 15 hour-ish kind of a thing. Ultima was like, honestly, 3-4 hours. And granted, I knew what I was doing. The first Wizardry game is closer to like 35 to 40. And there's no depth there. It's an early 80s dungeon crawler. Yeah, no, Wizardry is not for streaming. I don't really mean that as an insult. It's just one of those games that it's better to never take on camera. And yeah, I agree with Dakota's assessment. If you've ever played the Golden Box stuff, the Golden Box stuff is nowhere near what Wizardry is. None of this is a judgment. I'm not trying to say anyone's dumb or stupid. Just that it's never happening. Well, let me walk that sentence back. The old stuff is never happening. That was kind of the point of looking into that. The main reason to play a lot of those old games is for the historical context. It's the same reason we covered Civilization 1 and Ultima 1. And someday we will probably cover Might and Magic 1. But we will probably never cover Wizardry 1. Later Wizardry games? Maybe. That's a whole other thing. We'll see. And obviously Von Falkenstein asked a question which I have no answer to. I have no idea what the SRI collapse Japanese things are. I've never even heard of that. So I'm guessing, based on context clues, the original Westerny stuff. I believe it was originally on the Apple push-ups. Don't quote me on that, though.
Speak, if you must.
Oh, hang on. I've got to read that. Pitting these Oh, no, I actually read that already. Sorry. I'm done. These ingredients will make for a highly nutritious and equally delectable meal. Phidophicus will be renowned for his ferocity. I can see the violence growing in him. One day he will be a worthy pet for a dominar such as myself.
Get moving, fleshling.
I normally raise my beasts on a diet of raw, bloody carcasses and souls ripped asunder by the void. But we will try your mortal ways. I hear you cook, and that makes the treat better. Do this, then. Take him on a walk around the Howling Ridge. Even I know exercise is good for digestion. Only the most ferocious of creatures is worthy of serving me. I hope neither you nor Fido disappoint me.
Leave.
I'll bring the ingredients to the cauldron, but you will do the cooking. Okay, jeez. No, the Apple. I don't know if it's the Apple IIe, but the Apple computer push-ups. Okay, I'm ready. Let's go ahead and cook this up here. Get some cooking going on. Feed the beast, and take him around so he can exercise dominance. Aww. This is what Phidophicus looks like, by the way. He's so cute! Okay. Now let's go take him around. Take him for a walk. He roars confidently at the tiny blister creeps. No, they run away from him in terror. He lets out a low growl. If it wasn't so small, it'd be quite intimidating. Scritch, scritch, scritch. I've always had a headcanon. You can make fun of me for this. That this poor Drake really likes... So that's metal, if it's not obvious. This was a perfectly normal proto-Drake who had iron kind of runically plated on top of it. So I always liked the idea that she actually, because it is she, really liked scritches. But because she's made of freaking metal, she can't really get scritched the same way. But anybody who can actually manage to give her scritches she can feel, she's just like, oh, thank you. And that's one of the reasons why my Undead Warrior was able to tame her, is because Undead Warrior, literal bone claws, scritch, scritch, scritch. You get it. She roars ferociously at the elves. They laugh. He's really doing his best. Oh no, so it's actually not headcanon at all. It's a story. So that mount, we actually end up working with her because she is Thorim's mount, right? Thorim's mount is captured when we enter Ulduar, all the way back at Wrath. And then that mount is branded and turned into a raid boss. If it'll load, there we go. Here. Razor scale. See? And this is then the mount that we free when we do the achievement and blah, blah, blah. So it's her. It's Thorim's mount. We know it's a she because we met her before she got branded. Now, having said that, I also think that this is a she, but that's pure headcanon. I have no reason to think that this is a she elsewise. He pauses, then cowers in front of the bones. It's just a skeleton. Oh my god, Phydophagous. Phydophagous!
What more do you want?
Is the beast's savagery growing? I am sure I'll begin to hear his violence from those around the ridge. Yes, yes. Ah, the beast is fed and exercised. Imagine, mortal. One day his maw will grow to fit you inside it 1,000 times over. Now we will test his potential for true violence. There's a beast that's laid claim to the den south of the ridge. Phydophagous trusts you now. Go with him, bear witness to his might.
Get moving, fleshly.
Phydophagous is ready to prove himself. Meet him at the den to the south and witness the ferocity we've cultivated. So, does this count, Mook? I know it's not quite the same, but... Oh my god. Okay. Okay, that's gonna be rolling for a hot minute. Wait, where's Mr. Red? Where's Mr. Red? No! So, Brownjacker, you, wait, what comic book meme? What's a comic book meme? I don't know what to do! I don't know what to do! If they do, it'll be a remix, Mook. Do you need a refund, Brownjacker? That is a lot of subscriptions. That is, I can't do that in my head. That's like $200. I mean, I only get half of that, but still, that's like $200, dude. What is that? 204, I think. Something like that. Aw, Fido's whimpering. Don't worry, Fido. I'll protect you. So, what are you showing me, Mister? I like to think it's the second picture. Back when Kil'jaeden was the leader of the Legion. Oh no, these are just straight up primals are 100%. Phydophagous roars triumphantly over the corpse. $6 each, sir. Oh, right. Mr. Red's here now. Can I just say really quick, this is a very, very, very minor clip. Can we get another vehicle mount that doesn't suck, please? I am so sick of this Drake. I hate this Drake. I hate this Drake. I use it because people can ride it. This is a Cataclysm era Drake. And it shows. Look at how terrible those textures are. So, how did the priest perform?
Speak, if you must.
I'm gonna lie.
Do not make this a habit.
Oh, there we go. No, so you're probably wondering, why don't you just use the dragon riding mount? So there's this weird problem with that. I can actually demonstrate it. I want you to do me a favor, Mr. Red, and constantly try to mount me. Get the jokes out of your system. But you get my point, right? Like, I want you to immediately try to jump on, okay? Here we go. Okay, so Mr. Red apparently had no issues with that. Or maybe you did? It's hard to tell from my end. Everyone else who I ride around in... Yeah, no, there's... Exactly, there you go. There is a delay. Whereas if I hop onto this, it's immediate. There is no hesitation because it's an automatic vehicle mount. Yeah, so what I think is actually happening, personally, is I think this is a vehicle mount, and this is running a script. And then once the script is run, it's like, oh, yeah, sure, you can hop on. Honestly, WoW is so co-op friendly to the point of being co-op mandated nowadays. Can we just have vehicle mounts as a regular thing, please? Make that a feature in The Last Titan. Vehicle mounts! All kinds of mounts are vehicles now, right? Something. You know? Just give it to us. But if you're wondering, that's why I'm always flying around as this stupid thing. Is because this is the immediate, no hesitation, no problem mount.
What more do you want?
It pains me to say it, but you've done well, Walter. In time, Phydophagus will become a terrible horror to behold. But in the meantime, keep him in your care. Maybe best way to cultivate his growth.
How did you get here?
You'll grow so terribly large, it is he who will be walking you. Only then he'll be worthy of joining me as my attack behemoth. The dialogue for Phydophagus says, well, it didn't make a good test subject. Maybe it'll make a good companion. Whether or not this nurturing approach is effective, it is clearly not for me. My beast will continue to thrive under threats of violence. It is the Dominar way. Yes, dead puppies. Okay, I think all of them have finally sorted through. Thank you very, very much, Brown Jacker. Always and never appreciate. Thank you very, very much. You mean as a combat pet, Giga? No. As a pet, I already have him. So, what do you want to put those 38 subs to? Or do you want a refund? Because refunds can also happen. Anyways, here's Phydophagus. Hello. Interesting little anecdote. You can tell Blizzard has finally walked away from the Pokemon mechanic, because almost every new pet you can get in this expansion is a non-combat pet. It actually says right there, this creature cannot battle. Pretty much all of them have been, this creature cannot battle. The only reason I don't say it's 100% of them is I'm not sure. But I have not seen one personally that is not a non-battle pet. I believe it was the fact that nobody was doing it, Giga. And right now, Blizzard is being very efficient, in a good way, and trimming the fat. Which means if there's something that people aren't doing, they're just going to drop it.
We are deep in enemy territory. Time to strike.
And yeah, as I've said before, there's a very clear vibe of let's get this game out the door before Microsoft ruins us forever. So, that's a good question. I mean, I gotta be completely honest with you. If I was a developer on WoW, if I was a manager, excuse me, in charge of WoW, and I had to cut things for time, pet battles would be towards the top of that list. That's not a dig. It's just reality, right? Finite time. I should mention, I've done quite a few pet battles, as is obvious by the fact I have 1,000 of them lying around. And a lot of them are 20 plus. I have a bunch of 25s. Hell, I started doing the legendaries. Although I'm not sure that actually shows here. Yeah, look at that. And you're probably thinking, Lord, there's so many more. Yeah, I quit. I walked away from it. What WoW story threads are still dangling? Hang on, let me pull out a 700-page list. When the worlds offer so much chaos, familial bonds can offer solace. I cannot forgive the terrors committed by the Shadowguard, but I choose to honor the memory of my sister. I swore an oath to honor my family. Difficult when my sister converted to the Shadowguard. She may not be here, but tracking the Shadowguard has led me to this place. I'm looking for a necklace that belonged to my sister. It's odd, I've noticed many Koreshi heirlooms discarded around here. It seems they wish to destroy any reminders of our homeworld. If you bring me these trinkets and baubles, we can see if there's any I recognize. While I've been lurking, I've been listening. These Shadowguard appear to have a minor rebellion on their hands. Some of the ethereals are acting erratically and being rounded up and questioned. What's going on here? Dispatch some of these Shadowguard and intercept their intel. I'll decode anything you get back here. You can do Dealer's Choice, and I will accept those going towards Dealer's Choice. So, Digimon, Time Stranger, excuse me, which I hope is as good as the last one was. Rogue Trader, and Dealer's Choice. Thank you again very much. Yeah, it's almost like an entire organization founded on doubt. Doesn't have a lot of true believers in its people. I don't know. Weird. And for real, I appreciate it, Brown Jack. You basically just paid for my groceries today. And I really do appreciate that. Was Carrion the side-scrollery one, Dakota? Or am I misremembering that? Like, you play like a goop pile that's trying to increase your goop quantity, and that's how you fight things? Or am I thinking of another one? Okay, yeah, that is the one. No, that looks very interesting. I kind of wish it wasn't so gory, because it looks really interesting. And yeah, there has been a very strong sense of pushing everything that the Banished One wrote off into a corner and pretending it doesn't exist. I don't blame them. I'm actually not sure I would do that, to be quite honest with you. But I don't blame them. That's a decision. I mean, it makes sense as Miristar. The old gaudy stuff is chaos given flesh. The Void are just chaos. I think anything in the Void that truly believes in the Void as a principle. Not that I've seen, no. I do appreciate it, Brown Dragon. I really do. Ooh, there's some intel. The Banished one, I don't actually remember his name, and he can suck a dick. He's probably the single worst of these sex offenders that were all purged from the upper echelons of Blizzard, back when that happened, during Shadowlands. He was not a great person, but let's ignore that for a moment. He was also not a good writer. His big shtick was big, shocking moments. Like, oh my god! Holy crap! I can't believe it! The world is secretly made of cheesecake! That's the kind of stuff he would write. And his writing style... okay. I'm going to sound negative towards his writing style because I don't like it. It's worth noting it's not inherently a bad writing style. I'm just not a fan of it, okay? Oh, that's the World Quest. I don't care about the World Quest. God damn it. What am I doing here, then? Why am I not... What? Well, I mean... let me come back to that as Miristar. And let me come back to you after Twitch account. The writing style is you do something that is designed to be extremely big and huge and amazingly shocking. Just, oh my god, it's shocking. And you have no idea what it means. And then, the idea is you're supposed to follow through on that. It's essentially a form of creating your own writing prompt. Forcing people to go ahead and come up with some way to explain that and make that work out. Yeah, it's a mystery box without the keys. He is not the only writer that uses that writing style. It is, in fact, distressingly common. Now, I tend to dislike that for the reasons I've discussed for several billion years, but a lot of it boils down to the fact that most writers actually have no idea how to then follow through on that. Talent and skill can take one of those, locked mystery boxes and turn it into an interesting story. We've actually seen this before throughout a lot of fictional history. What usually happens is something supremely unsatisfying, because it's like, So that was his writing style. So you asked, what did he write? Anything in WoW that fulfills that pattern was probably done by him. We've actually already mentioned a few incidents in chat right now, like the burning of Teldrassil, or the fact that Yrel was suddenly a Nazi out of absolutely nowhere. Yeah, Sylvanas was always behind the Wrathgate incident, is another one that he wrote. Also, he was the one who was really pushing for Sylvanas to be the main villain. Which, I should probably mention he did not invent the Jailer. He was fired before the Jailer was ever even conceived of. The Jailer was an attempt to explain his nonsense. It was an attempt that failed. But, To my knowledge, we do not know who invented the Jailer. There's a lot of people that point towards, I can't remember his name, the guy everyone think of as the worst Warcraft writer, when actually that's a complete lie. But he's the only one we have as a potential writer. And for some strange reason... Yeah, Downhouser, thank you. For some strange reason, nobody's standing up to admit that they were the person who came up with the idea of the Jailer. It's very strange. I don't know why. Yeah, it's I don't know, Evo, it's weird. I should mention that the Jailer is not particularly popular amongst literally anybody. I just mentioned that because I tend to have ire for certain things that are popular or whatever, because it's me and I have own personal preferences and opinions. Nobody likes the jailer. Nobody likes the jailer. Correct, Esmira Star. Dragonflight and War Within were essentially written by Dan Osser. Now, Metzen obviously had a big hand in that, as did a lot of other of the writing staff. It's actually pretty easy to see Metzen's writing in War Within. Both in the really small personal stuff, like a certain Earthen I can mention, and in the big ridiculous stuff, like it's been 100,000 years since the last time they did anything. So, I have this interrogated data. It's a group of rebels amongst the Shadow Guard. All of them are once forced under the Void's will at Monaforge Omega. Now they resist. They're led by an ethereal they call Somber Song. Oh yeah, that's another thing. Every time you see the word corruption, that's probably Metzen. Oh, hang on. So there was an ethereal, soulbinder Nazandiri, who captured the souls of the Koreshi and bound them to the Void. When Azeroth's forces conquered the Shadow Guard at Monaforge Omega, you're welcome, Nazandiri was put to a stop, but not before turning so many of my people to darkness. Varan was one such ethereal, her wraps infused with void, her soul bound to its will. If some of them are rebelling now, are there others amidst the Shadow Guard? These keepsake are some of the last remnants of our homeworld. The memories they contain are powerful. The Shadow Guard has right to fear them. I do recognize some of these items. They belong to my close friends and family. If my sister's necklace is to be found, it'll be here. I thought the void coursing through these ethereals was all-consuming, yet some can resist the infinite darkness. It's said that after being questioned, the rebel ethereals are being taken somewhere to be dealt with. The head questioner is sure to know more. If we can find where they've taken the rebels, there may still be hope for them. Yeah, Metzen writes like a DM who's writing a comic book. Is it any surprise that Titan was his baby? Right? I mean, StarCraft, the entire StarCraft setting, got started because he loved the aesthetics of the Confederacy, that's to say, the Old West, in space. Like, that was what got that started, right? I will still take Metzen over most other people when it comes to writing. Not to overpraise, but, you know... Did the Banished one write BFA? Mostly, yes. But as Mirastar also mentioned, we like to focus on an individual person. All these individual people had a lot of people behind them. Oh, absolutely, Brownjacker. I mean, Firefly, right? Or, oh god, I suddenly can't think of it all of a sudden. Yeah, Twitch appears to be twitching today, which is a damn shame, because it looks like it's on their end. My connection is pretty solid today. So I apologize on everyone's behalf that, you know, the connection sucks today. There's apparently nothing I can do about it. So my connection's solid, which is really frustrating. Lordaeron? Well, it's not completely covered in toxic gases right now. I wouldn't plan a vacation. And yeah, it's worth noting Danosser's biggest contribution to Warcraft, without hyperbole, was his managerial skill. So the way WoW used to be written was there was one person who was in charge and they would write. Now that can work, Indeed, in actual several cases, it does work. The problem was there was a huge lack of communication and coordination, which meant that individual people would begin to be given individual things to write at the direction of the person in charge, and the person in charge would not be doing a good job of being the person in charge. Going back to Mr. the Banished One, he's a good example of someone who was the guy in charge of a lot of plot arcs and storytelling, and would write stupid nonsense that nobody was essentially allowed to question him about. And then people were just kind of in charge of writing their own things, which may or may not have coincided with what he was wanting them to write, because he either wasn't actually working with them correctly, or they disagreed with him enough to try and rebel against him. One of the two. Yeah, the Banished One nowadays would probably get pushed out. Ignore the fact that he actually was. Nowadays, the writing staff is much more writing room. That's my terms. That's, I've got the writer's room for the rewrites, stuff like that. But they still have a mainliner. It's still Metzen, but his job is much more just kind of making sure the ship doesn't drift too far astray from its course, rather than, here is what we're writing and here's what we're going to be doing. At the risk of getting my hopes up, do you think Veron could be among them? Can I face her now? After the atrocities she committed in the name of the Void? Veron is sure to be amongst the rebels taken to the point. Fiery spirit fills me with pride. I came here expecting to say farewell of sorts. I didn't expect to find my sister. Maybe it's not too late? I can't wait to see her. There's still time. Meet me there! Okay, I'll be there in just a second. Hang on, dude, hang on. The way I would describe how Shadowlands has been dealt with is it hasn't been brought up. Oh, don't mistake me, it has been brought up, but, like, we could probably count on 3 hands how many times the Shadowlands has actually been brought up since Shadowlands. And that's probably the safe choice. Admittedly not what I would have done with it, but whatever, again. I will be honest, I would have axed it completely. Just, nope, never happened. There's actually a lot of reasons for that, regardless of my own personal disdain for the expansion. Something I have discovered, if I might use a weird comparison point, when a part of the factory isn't working, you tear it down. Now, that's not inherently true. Sometimes it's better to keep it running or to try and build upon it or whatever. So I guess actually a slightly better question, a better way to state that. You cannot be afraid to tear down a chunk of the factory that's not working. That's the important part. Right? In other words, you need to not be afraid to say this entire story arc was wrong. Retconned, gone. Now, you don't want to overuse that tool, but too many writers have this thing where they refuse to retcon anything. FF14 says hello. And so, in my opinion, writers do need to be willing to just say, nope, and just write off some of that crap. Veron's essence may have been twisted by the Shadowguard, but the rebellion gives me hope. Would distance be snatched from the Void's grip entirely? The betrayers are being held in stasis chambers. I've seen these cages before. Their design is efficient, but very fragile. They will fail with the slightest energy variation. Find some crackling vessels strewn about. Heave them at the stasis chamber. You'll be able to disable them and free the betrayers. The Shadowguard seem to have no qualms about caging and torturing. Last thing I want is more violence amongst the people of Koresh. Better them than us. Disrupt their operations. Subdue some of the Shadowguard. Well, let's do it then. At this point, they're not going to eject it. They had the possibility to do so, and they chose not to. So, now, who freaking knows? Having said that, you know me, I wouldn't just etch-a-sketch the entire expansion out. I would just, retcon the crap out of it. The Jailer? Gone. Completely. Everything, every reveal about the Nothrazim? Gone. Completely. The nature of how the afterlife works? Gone. Completely. But there's plenty of things we could still keep. For example, you don't even need to touch Ardenweald. We actually talked about that while we were doing the review series. Nothing needs to be retconned about Ardenweald, because it functions as is just fine. It's just a sub-dimension of the Emerald Dream, and it's a place where certain large-scale spirit energies go in order to be restored into life. Okay, cool, done. That's it. All of that's already true. We don't need to retcon anything. Just take it out of the Shadowlands. There you go. Boom. Done. I don't know why I stood out of that. I am not in a hard delve. That is not going to hurt me. So, the issue there is what should happen is that Shadowlands should be remade. Ground up, basically, and then turned into a new expansion. The problem is, that's unfeasible, and it is the kind of thing that they honestly shouldn't do. If that makes any sense. Yeah, they need to do Shadowlands Reborn, and there's no way, right? But the problem is if they do the opposite and just eject Shadowlands, eject the playable aspects of the Shadowlands almost entirely, there's going to be plenty of players who are like, huh? Or wah, or something similar. Some kind of back of the throat kind of a sound will be made. So, what do you do? Well, the answer is nothing. You'll notice what they've been doing is nothing. I actually have enough faith that they have thought all this through in the same manner that I have. And their solution is to just let it sit there and do nothing with it. Yeah, exactly. The very word retcon is a bad word amongst most players of any fiction because of how often it's been used to bad effect by bad writers. I mean, if I could use a parallel point, I don't want to point names, but there was a certain individual recently who popped into stream who was talking about the level squish and how the level squish was stupid and dumb and terrible because, you know, why am I supposed to feel good about my level going down? And that's like, that's the attitude you're fighting against, right? That's the mentality. If I could use a strange parallel... Oh, hey, it's Ferran. Kifan, is that you? I recognize you from 100,000 years ago. Sorry. If I could use the word parallel, because this is something that we've actually faced, and are indeed currently facing in real life. I want you to imagine for a moment, $5, okay? Now, what does that mean to you? The answer is nothing, or at least it should be nothing, because I have not given you the information to tell you what that means. $5 is irrelevant. It is incomplete information. What matters is what you make and how much things cost. That's what actually matters. The $5 is irrelevant. Most people don't understand this. Most people don't cognate this. So, for example, let's say that I give you a raise to make you more money. Hey, you're making more money. But the cost of everything has gone up more than the raise you just got. Your buying power has gone down. You are poorer. But most people don't understand that they are now poorer because their relative purchasing power has gone down. It's the same thing in the reverse. If you actually got a reduction in money, if your income went down, and yet the price of everything went down commensurately to make everything cheaper, your buying power has gone up. You are richer. However, most people will see that their income has gone down and complain about it. Most people, frankly, do not understand the relativity of these kind of things. It's the same thing with trying to take something like Shadowlands out of the equation. I guarantee you most players don't actually care about Shadowlands. Nobody gives a damn. But if you take it out, people will just start coming out of the woodworks being like, "Rah! Blizzard is dying! Blizzard is dying! They're ripping money! They're ripping the expansions out! Oh my god!" Thank you. You helped me see my sister again. For that, I can never repay you. Varan is changed. Angry. Tormented by despair. Let's tread delicately. Varan is alive. I've spent countless hours running this moment through my head, but now that it's here, I find myself grasping for words. The Shadow Guard attempted to raise Dementius to power. They've sworn fealty to Xalatath as she wages war on worlds. How am I supposed to just pretend none of that happened? Is that what my oath requires? Varan, does she regret her involvement? I should check on her. The darkness rushes through me. No, parents! Da-na-na-na-na-na. Okay, are you okay, Varan? Okay. I knew it was you when I retrieved your neck here. This necklace, it woke me from the nightmare, but the void still burns from within. You aren't safe with us. If these trinkets are storing memories strong enough to fight the void's influence, there's hope yet. We just need time. What I need is to hurt these kinslayers. Oh, I've been focusing on my own feelings so much I never stopped to think about how Varan must feel. I may not have fared any better had they pumped me full of void.
You seem like you've seen...
We were brought here to face the wrath of Soulbinder Dazar. She commands the Shadow Guard here. She leverages the power of the Voidstorm to collect souls to the energy that she then consumes. She and her loyalists are traitors to our kind. They must be stopped, their devices dismantled, their will ended. Destroy them all.
I will.
Easy, Varan. Losing yourself to vengeance is no better than losing yourself to the void. These monsters seek to drown others in the void, a fate I wish on no one! Okay. Tell you what, I'll switch to Devour Spec, and I'll go kill them all, okay? Okay, let's go. I'm not actually switching to Devour Spec, but let's just pretend, okay? Can we just pretend that I did that? Okay, cool. It's okay. I don't need to be vengeance. I've got a warrior. The void. Dude, I hope they never get rid of Delves. My favorite DBZ villain, Frieza. He's the only one who's stuck with me. You know, that's a good point, as Minister. I am eating people's souls regardless. You know what I would probably have done? This is a long and complicated thing, but I could see the checklist in my mind of how to make this work. So let's assume that you decide to go do the Shadowlands. Instead of being like, we must tell you about this great and terrible thread of horrible awfulness, there would be a character there. I'm not sure who. And they would essentially say, hey, would you like to go participate in an extended dream sequence? I wouldn't use that terminology. I would spend some time thinking about the writing and the specifics of word choice. But that would be what would be being said. If you say yes, then you layer in, and you start seeing the Death Knights hanging out around Orgrimmar or wherever they are in Stormwind. I'm not sure about that. I don't think I've ever done Shadowlands on the Alliance, now that I'm thinking that out loud. And then it'd be like, okay, you know, do you want to go do the Shadowlands? Yeah, it's some alternate, maybe, what's if kind of a thing. I would have to think about the specifics. Like I said, this would be a scalpel situation. Then you go in, it's like, all right, we must pursue this matter. And I would periodically have someone, possibly one of the Bronze Flight, because that actually feels like that fits, who makes it clear that this is all some kind of experiment or other thing that's trying to see a what-if scenario. What if there was... what if the realms of the afterlife were all being attacked and united underneath this overwhelming force? I would even make it a joke at some point. Why did you call him the jailer? I couldn't think of a better word. It was late and I was tired. That's why you called him the jailer? Look, I'd like to see you come up with some big, dramatic name for the villain who's in charge of destroying all of reality. God! You get the idea. Well, see, you're getting where I'm going with this as Miristar. So bear with me for a second, because all of this is step one. Because you know me, I'm big on historical preservation, so the Shadowlands that exist should be preserved to some extent or another. If nothing else, as a warning. So I wouldn't get rid of the Shadowlands that are, I would change it and reframe it so that none of this happened. And I want to make that part fundamentally clear. None of the Shadowlands actually happened. And then you're probably thinking, well, what would you replace it with? The Shadowlands I wrote on camera during our review of Shadowlands. Now, this would essentially be a whole new extra expansion, which is why this is unlikely to actually happen. This would be crazy amounts of work. But let's just assume we have a holodeck for a second, okay? Or we can Q-snap it into existence. The idea here being that, first of all, let's revert the Shadowlands to the very way that the Shadowlands has always been in Warcraft lore, including in most of WoW. The sublayer, right? Similar to the Emerald Dream, another layer of Azeroth, where the dead dwell. Flesh that out substantially, right? Make Sylvanas the main villain. Yeah, actually, yeah, that's better, Brownjacker. I actually like that. I like that. Make Sylvanas the central villain. Expand on her motives and her perspectives and why she's doing things. Get rid of the burning of the tree. You get the idea. Just kind of focus on that. Maybe not get rid of the tree. I'd have to really think about that. I'd have to really think about that. Because I don't want to get rid of Belemeth, right? Now that I'm saying this out loud, I think this is actually more doable than I thought. Hear me out, hear me out. So, smush the existing Shadowlands expansion into an extended lore walking, right? And just kind of push it over there into the corner. None of this actually happened, but it's relevant to you because it gave you this, and this. I know I'm being vague. I'm being vague on purpose because I haven't sat down and actually spent the most important thing writing requires, which is time, in order to flesh this out. But you get the gist, right? And then do an actual lore walking quest that is, here's what really happened. And set it up pretty much just like the lore walking quests. It's still a decent chunk of change. It's probably a good several hour-long quest chain. Several hours-long quest chain. But not do an entire expansion of it. And, again, I've already kind of written that whole story arc during the Shadowlands review, so that's pretty easy to make happen. Kind of, yeah, Mr. Red.
Make this quick.
I can feel Kifan's hesitation every time our gazes meet. He's afraid of me.
Brave of you to venture this far.
Rebels like us are brought to Soulbinder Dazar. She suffers no betrayers. Our fate was to be sacrificed, souls converted to energy. She works the conduit with arcane mastery to absorb those souls. We don't have much time. I can feel the void pressing from within. If we're to leave this life violently, she and her conduit are coming with us.
We pillage. We scavenge.
Ugh, I could feel it inside, bound to burst at any moment. Thank you for seeing us, Kifan, but we part ways here. You've contained the darkness so far. Don't throw away your life now, please. Lore Runner, go. We'll stay out of harm's way. Yeah, no, I got this, guys. It's cool. You brought the tank. You mean like you can take damage? No, I mean like I'm a freaking Sherman tank. We're fine. See, I would probably nix them existing as Miristar, if I'm being honest. I admit I'm not super happy about that thought, but I think that would be the least messy way to do that. Ardenweald is the exception, but as we've already talked about, Ardenweald requires no retconning to still exist. It's literally a part of the Emerald Dream. Done. That's it. That's all that requires, right? It's true, that's Miristar. I like that's a verb now. Zalatath. And dead. We good? We good. We could fit them in. I just don't think we should. If that makes any sense. the more we try to keep it existent and relevant, the messier and frankly worse it's going to get. Oh, sorry, shoot, I forgot there's actually a cutscene. I was wondering why it wasn't showing up. Anyway, so what's about to happen is Veron is about to try and kill herself. Okay, so, sorry. Good news, I remember that cutscene. So Veron was about to kill herself and sacrifice her fellow Shadowsworn in order to destroy the conduit so nobody else could use it. Kifon absolutely refused to let her, begged her in order to just come with him and try another path. And she insisted that there's no life possible for her now that she is consumed by void. He says, and that line is actually present because I got back in time here, your strength burns brightly. There are others who resist. Come, choose life, and I will show you. This is why Barturnin is back here with the Void Elf camp.
Best keep your weapons
The
ready.
Shadow Guard got what they deserved, but I am not blameless. Even now, shadows linger me. For the safety of everyone, I should go.
Beware the sands and shadows.
Kifon, memories of you, memories of home. They awakened us. But the darkness lurks in us even now. We cannot stay, and she starts harping. Look around you. These Void Elves are an entire society that has learned to coexist with the Void. And if you were able to resist, then maybe there are others, too. More lost sisters and fathers. You, Veron, Somber Song. You and the others could be the first of many. You're right. Thank you for upholding your oaths. Perhaps we'll find more Koreshi to redeem, and finally make the Ethereals a playable race. God willing. Sorry, I shouldn't actually make fun. This is a great quest. It's a double positive quest, but whatever.
Oh, and it's you again.
What an odd feeling. I feel almost drawn to you. It must be your mesmerizing presence.
Well, if it isn't my favorite little monster.
What delightfully gruesome success. I am interested to work together with you. You should know more of our people and see more of my abilities.
Always a pleasure.
While we Dominar are best known for leading armies and savoring battles, there's more to us. Myself, I enjoy using my mastery of the Void to shape it into the buildings and objects around you. How do you think Xalatath learned to create that tower of hers? She's a quick study. Come now, I'll show you my work.
Be careful not to have too much fun without me. Just the Azerothian I've been looking for.
The Void is bloodshed and chaos and violence. It is beautiful. It's only natural that many of us Dominar want to give shape to and form to that beauty. This world has been so suffused with Void that it permeates the very earth itself, so we found ways to shape it, to terraform the land with our mastery of the Void. It's a most satisfying feeling when the power of the unreal gives you influence over the real.
I'll be waiting.
Now go do this world quest really quick. Whoop, flame. The Salamander. Lol. Are void beings like Fel? I mean, no, but could Decimus be Lightforged? Yeah. There is nothing preventing an individual of void being Lightforged like anyone else. Hey, Spartan. The worst world quest? Honestly, probably one of the ones back in Legion. For those who don't remember, Legion was when they invented world quests, and some of them were actually quite fun, interesting, and cool. And then there were the other ones. I admittedly don't remember Shadowlands' world quests as well, because that was one of the things that made me quit Shadowlands. Go figure. No, really. Shadowlands was a hell of a treadmill expansion. The whole expansion. It sucked.
Well, if it isn't my favorite.
There we go. Grab a light shard over here. Palpatine would be like, yes, good, good. And he would dance circles around these morons. The Dominar are kind of an entire race of Krennics. Even the ones that are personally powerful in a way that puts them towards the bottom of the list, you know what I mean? They certainly have the arrogance to think they're top dogs. They are not, hence the Krennic.
Oh, and it's you again.
How excellent to spend time together. You mortals are so very interesting, you most of all. Consider this blade my gift to you. We shall work together to make it a true weapon of destruction. It's no easy thing intertwining light and void together. The result is unstable, so we must continue to temper it. We shall quench this blade in the blood of our enemies. Some Dominar attempt to reclaim and repower Nexus Point Xenos, and that won't be good for your people. I'll assume you want to stop it. What is it you mortals say? 2 birds, 1 stone. I am eager to see you in action once more. I think he is at least mostly lying about wanting to be our friend. Like 95% lying. Spartan, it's time to admit you have a problem. So, hang on, I want to read what his Mirror Star said. Like I say, Sylvanas discovered the Shadowlands. As we saw, it was a front, a filter to catch souls before they reach the actual realm of death, which we never saw. The first one are the Titans. Zereth Mortis is the Titan facility. Yeah, we're all kind of predicting that, so... that. I'm honestly going to be shocked if everything you just said is not true. The Nexus Points used to be fonts of power for us Dominar to enjoy long before Xalatath overthrew us. Someday they shall do so again. Oh, the flavor of Lothraxian's betrayal still lingers in the air. Such delicious suffering. The blade hungers. The blood of our enemies will help stabilize and hone the nascent weapon. You'll need to drench the blade inside some corpses, so you'll need to make corpses. You're good at that, right? See, since even before our little misadventure, Nexus Point Xenos has always been the weakest link. The beast here is stubborn and powerful, always pushing deeper and deeper in. Some Dominar seek to reclaim the Nexus Point, but they are known to me. Weaklings, fighting for scraps. Let's ensure they fail. Oh no, I insist. You have your fun. I'll savor the aroma of your brutality from here. I do have a warrior. I like to think that Rosebank actually talks like that. Hey, Rosebank, what's up? I love killing. Okay. Oh, right. Right. I gotta use the corpses. Don't forget to use the sword over the corpses, Mr. Red. I don't know if that shares. It looks like it does not. No, that tracks. That's just Mr. Red in real life, honestly. He goes to Wendy's. I will feast on the very marrow of your bones. Okay, do you want fries with that? Yes, please. Dipped in blood. Okay, hang on. Do you want A positive? O negative? We got a couple options here. Mill Swift's like, hey, what's going on? And Rosebank's like, oh, I like bones. My wounds won't heal. Duh, this. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Now, if anything, and I know this is going to sound strange, I am almost bored with what they're going to do with the Shadowlands, because they are assured they're going to do that with the Shadowlands. It's like, okay. Cool. At that point, I'd almost rather they just move on from it and not do anything with it at all. Like, if you're not going to do anything interesting, do nothing. You know? You've got other stories to tell. Go tell other stories. The only... I'm going to put out a thought here. The only reason that they are continuing the Shadowlands at all is because Sylvanas is popular. You can quote me on that. I mean, hell, Sylvanas being popular has already been a cause of problems for this game's story. Yeah, granted, that was under the Kotick reign as Mirastar, but yeah. Your allies are fascinating, Decimus. Perhaps we could come to an arrangement. Ha! That would require you of having anything to offer us of value. Oh no, I agree. Sylvanas is the wrong kind of popular. There are times in her history where she's been an interesting character, and that is intermittent as hell. She's popular because she has an excellent voice actress, and she looks like that. And the whole domineering woman thing, which is a thing for some reason. That's it. Well, we're not there yet, Spartan, so that's my answer to that. Probably gonna be a negative, though. You remember how we kept pointing out the Dami mommies over in FF11? Yeah. Decimus? Traitor! Traitor. Since when has loyalty been something we concerned ourselves with? That's a good point, actually. No, we have not, Spartan. I don't know what you're talking about. Make no mistake, Noxian felt no loyalty to Xalatath, only envy and greed. The Lich King is such a weird thing. It is specifically Arthas, let's be clear. Because he hasn't been a character since Wrath. Right? Like, they haven't done anything with Arthas since Wrath. Now, that's fine. There's nothing inherently wrong with that. Except for the fact that they keep bringing him up in marketing-style stuff. Like, have you seen... Spartan, I'm gonna mute you if you don't shush. Have you seen the adverts for the D&D? The World of Warcraft D&D module? Guess who's front and center on the cover? I'll give you a hint. It's Arthas. It's the second Lich King. And they've been doing that for years. He's like the poster boy for the franchise, even though he hasn't been in it since Wrath. Do you know how long ago Wrath was? Now, they did a couple of good things with him. They did. Like, they had the lore walking quest with him. They had... the other thing... Right. In BFA, there was a really brief cutscene that was actually mostly about Jaina. But they did some cool stuff with that. So we're up to 2. And also, he shows up very briefly in Legion, if you're a Death Knight. Was he killed off? Yeah, Arthas is dead. He's dead and gone. He is, in fact, destroyed. Yeah, he is cessated. He doesn't exist anymore. So, they have removed him as thoroughly as it is possible to remove a character from this setting. His soul was destroyed, for God's sakes. Very good. I understand you mortals fret over things like ecological balance and culling of species. Fret not. The monsters here are as endless as they are brutal. Ah, how quaint to catch up with old enemies. We Dominar once had intricate structures of power. Each Dominar fights for their own sake alone, but it's often advantageous to align oneself with others. Temporarily, of course. The most powerful among us were the High Lords. When Xal'atath arrived, she made an example of all of them. The spectacle was so moving it drew not only fear, but something close to loyalty. Amongst some, not all. The blade squirms. It's ready for its next transformation. There's only the leader, Vortessian, left. He's known to me. Once we formed a pact to defeat a rival. When the time came for him to betray me, he did so clumsily. I let him live so I could savor the taste of his regret. I wonder how well that pain has marinated by now. Let's find out. When the blade is tempered by his essence, it shall grow new power. I do hope you're enjoying yourself as much as I am. May I presume to say we are becoming good friends? Uh-huh. So, let me be extremely clear. If they, no, Spartan. Nor will we until all of the patch stuff is out, so probably not until, like, spring. If they ever bring back the second Lich King, bad things have happened under the hood, right? That is the true break glass in case of emergency button. You know, the thing that FF14 is doing right now. So which is more aligned with change, and which is more aligned with stagnancy, light and void? Why what, Dream Whisperer? Actually, yeah. They brought back David Tennant as the 14th Doctor, which... What? Yeah, so FF7 is doing a collaboration with FF14. Written by Kitase, too. Or Nojima, I forget which. It's one of them. It's... I don't know what else to add to that. It's sigh. I think that's a good summary. I'm sure it'll spoil the crap out of FF7. Pay no mind to his comment about food. We are becoming good friends, are we not? Enjoying the view. The blade is stronger now, but it's not yet complete. A weapon worthy of you deserves nothing less of perfection, but let's relax a moment. I understand you mortals enjoy a casual exchange of conversation to get to know each other better. I am familiar with the concept, but curious to see it in action. Will you indulge me? So, let us rest while the blade cools. Tell me about yourselves. You mortals live such interesting, complex lives. Your inner worlds fuel such strong, delicious feelings. How deeply I wish to understand you better. Let us engage in pleasantries. Tell me about yourself. What's your favorite food? Okay, so we can pick fruit, pastry, the flesh of a fresh corpse, which is what Rosebake is picking, or something else. Oh no, I 100% think it's a break the glass situation. You know why? Because the decision was made about 1.5 years ago, back when Square was under direct threat. Think about it. What's funny, though, is if you are right and I am wrong, pillars of snow, that doesn't make it any better. A corporate cross-promotion move is arguably worse than a break the glass in case of emergency. Yeah, exactly. We could. It's also entirely possible we're both right. These are not mutually exclusive. They could have been freaking out about being bought out, and corporate was like, well, FF7R3 is coming out soon. And they could have just been like, and tied those two together. I'm going to go with pastry. Interesting. I enjoy many flavors. Heartache, jealousy, fear. He hums and licks his lips. Do you have a tongue? But I'm eager to taste some of this material food you speak of. Oh, what's next? I can't fathom what other frivolous topics you speak of. How about this? What's something you fear? Sure. So we could say spiders, powerlessness, darkness, nothing, or lie and say nothing. I'm going to go with spiders. What an interesting choice. We void creatures are not immune to fear. Should a greater voice appear, we know to fear. I fear Xalatath. I fear you. His smile is very wide. Tell me more, I must know. How about regret? What do you regret? So here's our choices. I regret all the lives I could not save. I regret all the lives I wasn't able to end. I regret all the innocents I've hurt. I have no regrets, or I can lie and say I have no regrets. Now, given who this is, I'm going to go ahead and say I regret all the lives I could not save. I understand you mortals form deep, meaningful bonds by sharing such personal information. Thank you for indulging me. Fascinating. How freely you give up delicate information about yourself. I choose to believe you and not lie to me, of course. We are friends now, you and I. Such mortal concept intrigues me. Our journey continues, one final battlefield. There are vicious beasts aplenty, and their void shall fuel the blade evermore. And the blade's newfound power shall draw the void into it by mere proximity. Although this place is different, you may find things you don't expect. Keep an eye out. Okay, well, I'll go ahead and head over here. Oh my god, it's a lingering shade. You left me to die. So these change based on what you picked in the dialogue just now. Its arm reaches towards you and dissipates. Somehow the presence is a familiar one. You know this spirit. Oh dear, I was worried about this. This place has a way of seeing into your heart. It's drawing out your painful memories. Let's free them, shall we? Yeah, I don't know off the short Twitch account, because that was a very strange choice. I get it. I don't agree with it at all. I don't know why he agreed to it. Oh, hey, look. It's a pastry. Look, it's a pastry. Thinking about eating. Oh, my God. No, it was a trap. It was a trap. So what is your food, Mr. Red? Mine was a cake. And I think you picked the corpse. It should be like right over here. I mean, it's on your mini-map. Use the mini-map, Mr. Red. Oh, there's another cake. There's several cakes. Oh, yes. I would do anything for a trap. I mean, a cake. Ah! Oh, neck. Wait. 2.5-pound can of Chef Boyardee? Oh my god. That just processed. Jesus Christ. It's like this. I will free you, familiar shade. Ah, I can taste the aching heart of that soul. Because of something you did in the past. How sad. I fear no thing but that. I fear no man, excuse me, but that thing scares me. By the way, you're probably wondering how they have fishing out in the void. These are fishable spots. They're just periodically here and there. Did you not pick flesh, Mr. Red? I actually lost track of you. There you are. I know this quest changes based on what you pick. Well, here, like, for example, right here is a food thing for me. I don't think there is such a thing in this setting. push-ups. So I'm gonna go with no. Oh no! It was a trap for Mr. Red. The one thing that can trap Mr. Red. A corpse! Don't think about that too much. So, Metzen has actually admitted several times he directly based Sargeras off of Suture from Norse mythology. That's one of the reasons why Sargeras has been emphasized to not be evil so many times. Oh, there's another familiar. No. I will save you. Well, hang on. So I face the people who, you know, I wish I'd saved. What are you facing here, Mr. Red? Right, Mook? Doesn't that make sense? Don't leave me. No. How terrible. I mean, you will never be strong enough. Weird. Yeah, big flame dude stabs the sword. It stabs his sword into the planet. End of Ragnarok, yada yada yada. You failed. You weren't strong enough. I can't imagine how this must be affecting you. Oh no. The Lightforged Draenei lies dead, torn apart by some beast. You notice a small crystal that resonates with the light. You could use the crystal to infuse more light into the blade, making the balance unstable. The next time Decimus attempts to temper it, it'll probably blow up in their face. Yeah, sure. I will betray Decimus. Well, I don't know much about Norse mythology, Loke, so I can't speak to that. Oh, that's interesting. Whoop. Missed one. And the Glowering Shade. Oh no, it was a trap! I mean, Metzen loves that arc, as Miristar. StarCraft says hello. So does Diablo. It's no surprise the Void would eventually twist these memories into violent ones. Yes, yes. Ooh. Evil. I mean, good. Is that your heartache I taste? Give me the blade now. We will be ready for the final step. At long last. I'm terribly sorry you had to go through that. The words of those spirits have upset you, correct? He is peering at you. The time has come. The final step. He pauses, savoring something. Let us create the greatest weapon your kind has ever seen. Yeah, it's a 201 sword, dude. I've seen better. And now, the startling revelation. You foolish mortal, I've been using you. Does the taste of my betrayal burn your tongue? Come, your thirst for vengeance shall be the final temper of this blade. Hang on, I'm, okay, there we go. Alright, Decimus, let's go. Yeah, sorry. Enough. Enough! Clearly, you are more clever than I gave you credit for. I will explain again. Trust me again enough to meet back at the Howling Ridge, and the blade is yours. Uh-huh. I don't think the Dominar have bones, no. I don't disagree, Linaris, but I saw some people saying that this quest is a sign of how much WoW sucks and everything sucks, and this is one of the worst quests in the entire game. Because the reward is a green weapon. I get the disappointment, but come on, people. There's a whole thread just about this, too. I merely wanted another taste of your mortal heartache. The blade was always meant to be yours. Understand, I never truly betrayed you. Fear, regret, betrayal, sadness, such pure and deep pains you mortals feel. It is in your nature to suffer, as it is in my nature to hunger for the taste of your suffering. I used your mortal penchant for trust and friendship, to draw your deepest secrets from you, shaped the void within the gnawing reach to show you what would hurt you most. So tell me, is this the pinnacle of torment? How deeply did our journey cut you? And you can give a lot of answers here. I felt nothing. Lie. I felt nothing. I have never felt deeper sorrow. I thought we were friends. How could you do this to me? Lie. I have never felt deeper sorrow. I thought we were friends. How could you do this to me? I am a little irritated, but I don't really care. I don't owe you the dignity of a weapon sorry, I don't owe you the dignity of a response or draw your weapon. What is that mount? Oh, it's a PvP mount. Oh, that sucks. Frickin' PvP mounts. I can't even see it. It's not even on my list. Whatever. So I love the options. I love the fact that they give us so many choices. It doesn't really change anything. That's not the point. Never has been. No, not the Spore Glider thing. Someone earlier had the Proto-Drake Galactic Conquest Proto-Drake looking thing. It was really cool looking. I wouldn't hate PvP mounts as much if I had access to them. Shrug. I like Mythic Raid mounts. 3 years later, when I can actually access them. I know exactly what you mean. I can go back and do mythics for achievements to get the mounts 2 expansions after the mythic has come out. That's not even a joke. I forget the exact number. I want to say it's 12. Maybe it's 10. But the point is you have to be 10 plus. In other words, 11 or more levels higher than something for the level scaling to kick in. Which means in the last Titan, we'll be stronger, but we won't really have the super level scaling to be able to go back and do Midnight. We'll be able to go back and do War Within. So in the expansion after last Titan, I'll be able to come back to Midnight and start doing some of the mythics with me and my friend. And yeah, that's why we've been doing a Mirdrasil lately with just like 2 or 3 people. I'm going to draw my weapon. I don't think I did that last time. Easy now. I understand your displeasure. But we remain allies for the sake of Azeroth. Right here, just take the blade. Let us put this little misadventure behind us. I remain on your side, after all. I will not ask you to trust me. If you've learned anything, it should be we Dominar cannot be trusted. I always look out for myself, but I'm confident the most secure and interesting position to be in is at your side. If you say, I felt nothing, without lying, he says, could that be? Was the flavor I tasted merely my own desire? Fascinating. I shall ponder my lack of insight. Yeah, the Paladin one? Yeah, I've seen that one. I think I have that one, actually. If you lie and say you felt nothing, he says, no, you can't lie to me. I tasted your pain. It was delicious. If you say, I have never felt deeper sorrow, he says, yes, this is the flavor of your pain. How indulgent, thank you. If you say, I've never felt deeper sorrow but lie, he says, interesting. So this is as deep as the flavor gets. I confess I'm disappointed. Perhaps the taste of bestial violence is better than mortal suffering after all. If you say you're irritated, then he says, ah, so you have a healthy emotional balance, do you? How boring. Clearly I must find myself someone more traumatized to torment. If you say, I don't owe you the dignified response, he says, I suppose I can't blame you. Still, it was a pleasant journey, for my part, at least. Good quest. Obs. Okay. Oh, gosh. Let's do these ones over here. Level 500 in honor? Or 500 honor things, because those are two very different things. Like, I got a bajillion honor things lying around. Is it here? Oh, I apparently am honor level 19. Woohoo! I didn't know that was a thing. What the hell's an honor level? You can tell I haven't PvP'd in a long freaking time. In fact, I can tell you exactly when I PvP'd last. It was in Legion. Yep. There's a new season. Woo! In fact, if this has been in since Legion, I probably earned all 19 of those levels in Legion. Anyways, remember this evil, evil warlock? Wait, what'd she say? The storm has made Kalgorg unruly and disobedient. Is this what you are along, pet, an untrained beast? I thought more of you, frankly. A dreadful presence calls from the den just southeast of here. Many of the dazed Rendora you see in camp were overwhelmed by its raw power on a scouting mission. Let's go together, see if whatever dwells can be put to good use. We cannot afford to spurn power in the fight against Xalatath. Before that, we have need of Kalgorg. The Voidstorm has made my Voidwalker unruly and disobedient. Assist me in sacrificing it. We will need all the Void energy we can muster. He's like, hey! Hey, what? No! No! Our pact is broken. I will claim the power that waits in the void for myself! Ungrateful beast. You think you could break our contract? After it! Okay, hang on. Twitch has apparently been very twitchy today, Spartan, for which I can only apologize. I will transition to OnlyFans immediately. Pretty much off the deeper end. It's content that would be considered mandatory, but isn't. The example I always use to describe a primary optional quest is something like the guild quests in Oblivion. You don't have to do those, but they're clear meat content, right? Kalgorg descended here, but I won't confront it unprepared. The disobedient little monster. Think it can simply walk away after 2 decades. Like many warlocks, I bind my demon with terms of contract. I should have realized the void and violence of this world could affect the rules I took for granted. Kalgorg used that power to break its bindings and end our arrangement. When we confront Kalgorg, the scent of blood and violence must be upon us. Slay the beasts you find to demonstrate you are willing to do the same to it. Control over the void is found and lost in the blink of an eye. I summoned my first imp in a dirty, haze-filled lounge beneath Murder Row after a dozen failed attempts. Each time I reached further for what made so-called greater powers submit to mortals. I find that... Have you tried one of those yet? They're sour.
How did you find a lid that fit it?
So you are down one of these Tupperwares.
Why?
I'm not 100% sure how, but the thing snapped. Like, just straight up snapped. And I lost several on the floor before I was able to quickly put my hand over it and prevent it from spilling more. So now it's in a bowl.
The lid fits.
It weirdly enough, yeah, that was just a happy
They're not
coincidence.
terribly sour. They're just tart.
Okay, tart, sour, whatever. I was just giving you a warning. I summoned my first imp. Oh god, I was in the middle of that. Each time I tried to summon an imp, I reached further for what made so-called greater powers submit to mortals. I finally managed it after wetting my hands with the hot blood of a young rabbit. Blood thistle never satisfied me again. I have matured my technique since then. Seek the whelps of these beasts, siphon their energy into my reliquary of darkness. From their sacrifice we will draw the power to defeat Kalgorg. Do not descend yet. Empower my relic on the surface. I will use it to empower us in the fight below. Okay. Warlocks, am I right?
Walked 0 kilometers last week.
Yeah, that tracks. I was not doing great, if you remember. Hey, I got Pokemon, and I sent postcards today. I don't want to hear it.
You did.
Oh yeah, sorry. Tell Lucy you don't want to kill younglings. I should do that. I should actually do that, because I did that last time. Hang on, let me murder a bunch of beasts before I do that. You know, Mr. Red's like, yeah, bones! You're just the... Is there a title like Bone Monger in this game that I don't remember off the top of my head? Because that would be perfect for Mr. Red right there. I don't want to kill young wildlife. Is there something else I could do? Sincerely? How soft-hearted of you. The void, as I know it, leaves no room for mercy. There must always be an exchange. Nonetheless, you are my collaborator and an ally. I could modify my relic to drain less energy from the victim. It'll sap them, but ultimately spare their life. However, the relic will need to drain a portion of the wielder's essence in place. In other words, you will be damaged. Is this agreeable? Yeah, done. It is done. You will share in their suffering, and the monsters will thank you for it. Maximum health reduced by 30%. Unironically, love that. I actually forgot that was an option. Thank you for reminding me. No. Voidstorm so far is scoring quite well. I don't think it's going to beat Zulamon for score, but it's definitely going to be in punching range if it doesn't. My opinion. We haven't even done the really good ones yet, which I've been deliberately saving. No! I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready! It's taking so long to get here! Oh god, oh god! Ugh. Yeah, in many ways this does feel like Outland. Ignore the fact that we're in a hellscape in the void and all that. No, just like the vibe for it, right? This is an alien world which is savage and brutal. And is dying, yeah, right? Like, it's just... You get that vibe. Yeah, I'm going to laugh if Zulamon and Voidstorm end up scoring identical. Speaking of which, somebody asked... let me pull up the spreadsheet really quick. Ignore all the BC zones here. Ignore that. Ignore the red.
I don't think they can see that.
No, they can't. That was for you.
Oh.
Because I pull up the spreadsheet, the comparison spreadsheet for the zones, and at the top is all BC zones, and it's like there's some blue, and then there's red. Just a sea of it. But
I can't see the numbers, so per my vision, It's pretty much 50-50 red and blue.
Yeah, yeah.
It's probably more like 40-60.
Yeah. Anyways, okay, so as of right now, Harandar is plus 42, which is really high. Eversong got 70, plus 70, and Zulaman got plus 86. As a reminder, that puts Zulaman as the second best zone in the game at the moment, directly behind Undermine. That doesn't surprise me. I would be shocked.
Why do you think these are sour?
I get the tartness.
They're barely tart.
It does something to my tongue. That sour candy usually does, so I just sort of assumed.
Oh. It probably has some citric acid in it in order to make it tart.
That could be it. As long as you like them, that's the important part. Mercy is a weakness, but you clearly have strength to spare. God, yeah, that's a line right there. That is a great line. One moment. And yeah, by the way, just for a bit of perspective, at some point, hopefully soon, maybe I can do it right now? Hang on, I might be able to do this right now. Holy moly, I can do this right now. Okay, let me duplicate this so I just don't screw with the original, right? Hang on. Sort by column P, please. Whoops, that doesn't work apparently. Why does it not work? Why does that work? Hang on. There we go. Okay, I fixed it. All right. So, anyone want to guess the second and third worst zones in the game? They're really close to each other, which is why I say second and third. You know the worst zone in the game. Don't front. Everyone knows the worst zone in this game. But what's the second and third worst? While you think of that, I'll go ahead and read this. She looks over you and then rewards you with a cruel smile. Splendid, you're as capable as you look. Now we descend. The void energy below is unlike any I felt before, as if gravity yields to the void. Once you enter the cave, its influence will be on you. Kalgork has already slain and claimed power from the creatures within. Their violent deaths will have left some kind of cursed terrain, but we must proceed and claim the power from within. Interesting spear. I know not what to expect from my Voidwalker. We will need all the power we can manage. So yeah, at negative 21, Kurthia, duh. At negative 13, Blade's Edge, and negative 11, Blood Mist. Also, Ghostlands, negative 9, if you're wondering. Yeah, that's everything. That's counting everything, by the way. It's, on the opposite end of that, so there's Undermine at the top. In fact, I'll just tell you this in order, kind of rapid fire. Undermine, Zulaman, Hallowfall, Ajkahet, Eversong Woods, the new one, the Emerald Dream, the Ringing Deeps, Waking Shores, Azure Span, and the Jade Forest, which continues to weird me out, but I continue to stand by it. The Jade Forest was shockingly good for something as old as a Pandaria zone. If you're wondering, below that it dips off pretty quick. For example, we got Zarla Caverns, the Isle of Dorn, Harandar, Karesh, Nazmir, Thaldrassus, Drustvar, and all of those are 30 plus. And then it starts to dip off quite a bit. The lowest zones that are still positives are like Duskwood, Eversong, the original Eversong, Nagrin, Shalazar Basin, North Barrens, Desolace, West Plagues. All of these are like +1, +2 net. But they're still positive. Anyways, boop. Down we go. Woo! I must collect more void. Mr. Red is very Mr. Dead. Hang on, I'll res you. Hang on. What happened? I kind of missed it. Like, you're supposed to land in the void pit, and then it teleports you back up, and then you get more of these things as you go down. Like, that's the intended path. Where is your body? I don't actually see it. How are you... How did you... Okay. Damn it, it's Mirror Star. Do not remind me of the forbidden music. Yeah, give me a second to finish this quest without you. Oh no, it's sharing. Okay, that's actually great. Okay, so now that it's shared, maybe I can land. Oh, it's dragging me in. Okay, I don't think I'm going to be able to res you. I'm going to try. Give me a sec. Drop the thing. So, hey, hi. Ahem. The trail of carnage it left behind. I'm almost proud. Kalgorg waits before us. Now we spend the power you've been collecting to reclaim it. I don't know why this thing isn't a toy. Everyone who isn't a res class should go get the Brazier of Awakening. It is so invaluable. You have filled the reliquary with power I can draw on. Now we reap the reward of preparation. Kalgorg waits just ahead, draining the beast that once made this cave its lair. Weaken Kalgorg and I'll bind it as I first did years ago. Stay near me, I'll empower you with the reliquary of darkness. Let's put an end to this disobedience. Yeah, his literal bindings from his wrists are gone, by the way. It's kind of cool. By the way, getting this this item, the Brazier, is even easier now because the portal in Orgrimmar, and Stormwind, that goes to Ashran is pretty much right there. You just fly straight from Ashran to the location. It used to be a lot more of a pain to get that thing. You know, especially when flying wasn't a thing in Warlord. Do you remember those dark, dark days? When flying wasn't a thing? God, I'm so glad we're past that. You have no idea. Your service isn't over, Kalgorg. Come here, Lore Runner. Yeah, what's up? Think you've won? I am eternal. I am void. You're both nothing but mortal cur. I know your spirit, and that's why I demand you return to me. Brazen elf, I will return, only so that I might witness your end. I wouldn't have it any other way, but don't forget who's in charge. Perhaps it's time for a lesser form to remind you. And now he looks like that. Oh god, my buff is getting in the way of seeing it. He looks like that. So for those of you not aware of what we're referencing here, up we go. For a very large period of WoW's history, the devs hated flying. Where's the... Yeah, I'm turning around a little bit. Ah, here we go. To the point where they kept doing this thing where they would be like, we're going to get rid of flying. And then it was very clear that that was the wrong decision. So they're like, okay, fine, we're going to add flying back in. We're going to make you earn it. And they did this for several expansions. Dragonflight was the first time they broke from that. They're like, okay, fine here. And they've never gone back. We've just had flying from Dragonflight onwards. We'll turn that in first, then we'll do that. Oh god, BFA Pathfinder. Ugh.
Dark wisdom is etched into this vessel. Help me.
The universe is full of mystery.
Calgorg consumed much of the void energy within that cave, which means its influence is less likely to overwhelm my kin. I suppose some good was done. I must pay Calgorg the slightest compliment. Were I a subdued void beast, I would also try to escape. For that it has my respect.
Power is to be wielded.
Tell you what, minion, after 100 years, if you're still unhappy with our arrangement, I'll allow you to renegotiate our terms. You will both die screaming in agony. Threatening my new associate. Make it 200 years. Nice lady. I mean, skywriting, I've said before, is probably the third best feature WoW has ever added. I had to think about that for a second. You know, Dragonfly, right? That's just, yes, yes. Do you see? They follow. They plead for help. Too weak, too starving. This will feed me. Then together we find the missing elves. Too weak, can't focus. I didn't sign up to feed a Voidwalker, but if there's a chance it can help. Sure, let's go feed a Voidwalker. This sounds like the best idea we could possibly do. Oh, it's like right here. Right. Eat up, boy! Alright, it only works on the slain. No lunch today. We're just doing an elongated stream. So the servers didn't even come up until like 2 hours before I'd usually call for lunch anyways. Of course it doesn't share. Does it not despawn at least? See, that's kind of been my argument this entire time, D20 Arca. I should mention that I actually like dragonflying a lot. But the fact that it's optional is kind of the benefit, if that makes any sense. I have admitted many times that if I was forced to fly, I probably wouldn't enjoy it as much. Obviously, I'm not doing it for here because this is a review and I've got a schedule to keep. But I'll tell you right now, plenty of times, especially in midnight, but I also did this in War Within, I'd just get on like a regular-ass mount and just be like, let's just check that out. And just fly around like this. And let me tell you, it does kind of change your appreciation for the zone design and the scope and how the quests go and blah, 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 blah. You get it, right? Like, a decent amount of my information for reviewing some of these zones comes from the fact that I've been playing down here for at least a portion of the game. And yeah, every now and again, I just want to go. Every now and again, I just want to get to my destination. And those times, I zoom, because I can do it. I like options. I always have. No, I'm with you, Mr. Red. I have observed the same phenomenon. Hell, they even made dragon flying opt-in. That is to say, the physics, the gameplay-y model. You can just go back to the old swimming model if you want to. Also a good thing. Options are good. Yeah, very true, Esmeralda. WoW has been extremely pro-accessibility options for, honestly, I think its entire existence. It's one of the few things that's consistent about it. Like, This is an entire category of accessibility options in this game. And that's not all of them either. Yeah, if you want to go, what do you call it? If you want to go farming like herbs or mining or whatever, steady flying is basically invaluable. Are you done? I can't quite tell. Looks like you're not done. Okay. Let me go grab some stuff together here. Also true, if you want to just AFK for a minute. It's even true on praise. For those of you not aware, a little bit of a pro tip. If you're doing a Nightmare Prey, all of this, like the debuffs and status effects, don't happen if you're in the air. Which is good design, by the way. So if you're up here, he won't be like, kill for me now, because you're in the air. And you won't get the dude who summons after you to, you know, do damage to you. You just sit there. Whatever you did out there seems to have worked. I am better now, stable, but fatigue still clings to me. If we're to find your scouts, we'll need your help. The voices of your elven allies rattle inside my head. I know of a way we can find them. There's a way to locate missing things using Dominar scanning devices, but they require immense energy to function. Together we can use these devices to focus the images of your lost friends. Their cries for help will become clearer, and then you can find them. Come, lend me your strength. Sure. I've never heard of a Voidwalker acting so helpful.
Baladash Malanori.
Let's follow it for now, but if the Voidwalker tries anything funny, we'll be ready. So, I didn't see a question there, Bragman, but I can talk about Prey extensively, because D20 just said if and when they're going to expand Prey. So we know that there's going to be a Season 2 to Prey. So they're going to be adding and changing at least some of the stuff there. Suffixes, the bosses, the place you can play in, etc., etc. Prey has been pretty well received. Similar to the, I'm here. I'm here. Nope, hang on. Nope. Wake up, phone. Wake up. There we go. There you go. Words. It's been pretty well received. We are not at that step of the quest yet. We have been... And so we know that they're continuing with Prey. What I don't know is what they're doing specifically. Ignore the fact that the ground looks like it's moving.
Right. It does.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is it?
Kinda.
What?
Yeah, no. The whole... Hang on, let me try to get it. First person. There you go. See it? The whole thing is doing it. Isn't that great?
Is it supposed to?
Yeah, no, that is on purpose. You have glitter.
It's trippy.
Yeah, no, it's wild to look at.
It's not even moving, though.
No, it's not. It's just subtle enough you're like, huh? And it's like, oh. Yeah, how many of you in chat who have played Midnight have never noticed this phenomenon? I was going to make a note of it in my brickwork positive, or maybe like a visual storytelling positive, because there's just some stuff here. Like that. Just kind of, inching by. Don't mind it.
What?
I'll just put on the right here.
Oh.
I'm sure some of you probably noticed this, but the skybox is moving too. Very slowly, but surely.
No, that's more... Wait, what?
Sorry.
Hold on.
So...
Why is the...
Sorry, what I mean...
Is there stuff floating past us?
So, sorry, what I was trying to convey was obviously the clouds are moving. I meant the stuff being put out. It looks like that's being dragged in. It's actually the opposite. It's being dumped out. Do you see it coming out there?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, all of them are like that. To varying degree. It's easier we can see when the big ones here like that. Makes sense. Because, we're in the black hole, right? What is that stuff? So, That's a good question. We know that this is a nexus of void. So that could be like anything. It could even be everything, you know, energy, elements, people, souls, whatever. However, I actually have a personal theory. I think that's light. I think that is dribbles of light being drained from across the cosmos, because each of those portals leads to a different portal storm somewhere out in the universe. And I think that's just light being drained into here. If you look out, you can actually see glitters of it, like stars, across the skybox. They're pretty faint. You see them, sis?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anywho.
They're not that faint.
So, let's use this thing. With your strength, the visions become clearer. Our group was routed by a beast of the Void Storm. It's closing in on us. Hurry! Evo, go get lunch. Quickly. Now, that is an interesting question, Takoida. We know light and void can be converted into each other with relatively little effort. So my immediate knee-jerk thought is that all of this light is being brought into here to provide more void. It is being converted. Having said that, I am not sure.
It's what's allowing things to grow here.
Yeah, that is entirely feasible. It's coming. By the void, it's coming. Is anyone out there? Oh, good. That's good to know. I can hardly stand upright, but we don't know where Fandale is. Don't worry, we just need to keep draining our essence into these traps. Excuse me, these scanners. I'm just glad you got the computer thing done with, Mr. Red. Yes, trust in me. We will meet on the plateau.
I'm definitely not a Void Walker.
So then she says, trust the Void Walker. That's the most obvious trap that's ever been laid. But I am seriously drained. You seem to be toughing it out better than me. I am the main character. Or I guess, it's not even true, because canonically there's a bunch of us, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I know the Champions is our canonical title, but it never stuck clear with me. What should we call ourselves instead of the Champions? Like, I am a champion? I don't know, it feels weird. I hate you as Miristra. I want you to know that. So Mr. Red asks, how high fidelity is WoW? So it's been slowly going up over time. Obviously, that's why we have such high-res textures we can have now. But if you really want to know, you know how laggy Silvermoon is? That's because it's pushing the limits of what the engine can do. And that's pretty much...
So they're going to have to overhaul the engine.
Which they're doing. This actually upcoming patch in about a week now. I think literally 1 week.
Did they overhaul it with Cata too?
They did.
Yeah.
And Pandaria and Warlords and Legion and
So are they gonna have
Shadowlands
to do
and
a backwards
Dragonflight.
Pass on everything else too?
Probably. Or they're going to leave it all be buggy. We'll see. That's hysterical as Miristar. But yeah, no, next week, literally a week. Oh no. We need to be done with WoW before next week. I don't want to deal with a whole day of a patch day. Anyways, but that update is doing another major overhaul to the engine, which is also going to be doing an overhaul to the optimization of Silvermoon. This is also something they need to do because of housing. Remember, the external housing stuff is having problems keeping up with how much stuff people are putting in the external areas, not the internal instance stuff. So they're still pushing the actual raw fidelity of the system, but they're pushing right up against the boundaries of it now.
We fight for a new future.
God, look at her. The Voidwalkers have been feeding on us for all the while, but why the misdirection? Whatever the case, it's time to end this, and this time we will have the element of surprise.
The void offers...
We were right to be cautious. The threats we found here are corrupting and irredeemable. The Voidwalkers' meticulous deceptions are unusual. I can't help but wonder why I would go through the trouble. I'm too weak to go on. It really did a number on me. You have the upper hand, though. It thinks you're walking into a trap. Walk in with weapons drawn and spells ready.
The whispers do not control me.
Void beings are known for their all-consuming hunger. Rare to see one so manipulative. How many of our elves were lured here, sapped, hoping to rescue a friend? I don't care about you. I care about you. Your essence will fuel my ascension. Why aren't you already dead? Why aren't you... Why aren't you dead? Oh god, why aren't you... We lost many to this wretched being, but I'm glad to see some of you safe. Faendale tried to distract the creature to let us escape, but we were all so weak. I wish we'd gotten here sooner. Let's get the rest of you back to Locust Point. Yeah, exactly, Mook. It's funny to talk about the specifics of game graphics since they're so interesting, well known. I'm not sure what to phrase that as. For example, a lot of people like ray tracing recently, right? Ray tracing has been around since what, the 70s, I want to say. Like, it's an extremely old concept that we've had the understanding of and the tech to do it, but not really the computer to actually process it on the fly on the actual finished machine. So, like...
I greet you.
That creature is feeding on power, feeding on the essence of so many of us. We may have stopped it from becoming something even more horrific. I wouldn't worry too much about it. The Void's presence is too much at this place. I feel it even now, tugging at my very being. Yeah, this place sucks. Let's get out of here. Negative to everything. God. Oh god, it's a trial of style. Nobody cares. Is that it over here? Yes. Okay, and I'm not doing those, which means this way. Yeah, let's do this next. But yeah, no, you're right, Esmeralda. There's no way we will be taking another week to finish this. We're gonna finish Voidstruck today. 100%. I love the Void-infused rock. And once we finish Voidstorm, we've got the last of the MSQ. Which is a decent chunk of change, but still, that's probably like a day, right? There's an extremely high chance we'll be done with WoW tomorrow.
Baladash Melanore.
Okay, so I need to find the quests I actually care about over here.
Question everything. Maintain.
Guess the PvP zone, by the way. Don't worry, you don't actually have to PvP here. Okay, so I know what that quest is. I know what that quest is. What's that one over here? Sorry, I'm just checking here really quick. Because this should be...
Make it quick. Talk less next time. Speak before my hunger.
Okay, that's the actual PvP quests.
What is it?
That's the actual PvP quests.
Roll hall.
I think that's the chain? I think that's the chain. Hang on. I think this is it. Let me see who this turns into really quick. It's the only real chain. I mean, there's 3 chains we're doing up here, but there's several we're not. Okay, no, this is it. This is it. Okay, so let me read what I just took. Loktar Ogar, Demon Hunter. This Dominar, Zeodon, wars her old foe, Vidius, who has brought the most bloodthirsty, vengeful members of the Alliance here to fight in his name. Zeodon gives the Horde a chance to stand for our honor. Our leaders may not sanction this conflict, but when have we ever let anyone keep us from fighting the good fight? Even if you have no grievance with the Alliance, Zeodon's orders, efforts to keep Vidius from turning his eyes around Azeroth. Report to her for your orders. Yeah, so this is not actually a joke. We've kind of jokingly mentioned this a few times. This is canonically what has become of PvP in modern WoW. It's renegades and war battles. Sorry, that is to say war games, excuse me. For the record, I like that. To me, my nemesis's forces advance. Shouldn't there be nemesis? Shut up.
Make it quick.
How did you bring the Horde here? We Dominar love a good fight. both partaking and watching. We often slip in the space between worlds and pluck fighters from other worlds to battle in our arena. Azeroth was off limits, not anymore. Vidius found the Alliance, and I found the Horde. I am drawn to your ambition for glory. I found those the most worthy, those who will not let go of hate, those who will not accept councils and treaties. I brought them here to fulfill their greatest wish, to slay Alliance. They thank me for it. I savor the flavor of their hatred. Jesus Christ. Do you serve Zalatath? When I must. If I don't, I would not be here anymore. She made that very clear. Nonetheless, Vidius and I control Slayer's rights. She is happy to leave us be, so long as our conflict continues to create strife and pain. More energy for her void storm. This arrangement suits us well as it can. No Dominars.
They're not even attempting to hide being...
No, we're pure evil. Would you like anything else?
Speak.
You look ready for battle. Your horde is noble. You fight for honor, for glory, for the joy of it. Your eternal conflict with the Alliance is delicious. I will savor it.
My hunger is growing.
Vidius presses an attack. I do not see this Alliance he recruited, but monsters. Illogical. Vidius would not recruit another force until we had our fun. Fight these monsters. Find out what they are. Bring me evidence. Maybe need a cause to fight for beyond amusement. If he tires of me, he will conquer Azeroth. You want to stop that, right? Sure. No, my motive right now is I've got some popcorn. We must repel this attack. Your horde is strong. You do not give in to the hypocritical claims of
I
the
like the
Alliance.
idea is that, like, this is still your FF14 character.
he's just bouncing around. He's just bouncing around at this point. I am now. What's really funny about that?
I stepped into a portal and I ended up in this place that has completely different graphics and nobody knows my name. Nobody knows the gods' names. Nobody knows anything.
Do you notice my character name on this particular character?
Teacher of Strong.
No, the character name.
Lore Runner.
I secured this name very recently.
Yeah.
Normally, I haven't been playing Lore Runner because this is a brand new guy. So I have actually been playing Lore Runner in FF11, 14, and WoW.
So he really is just
It's
popcorn.
just it's canon now. It's canon.
I don't know where these horns came from,
I'm
but
just
they're kind of
munching
cool.
on the popcorn, you know. My eyes are burning, but it's okay. Like, it's kind of cool. I don't know.
I have glasses on.
I've still got the glasses. All my FF characters wear glasses. The FF11 guy wears shades. The FF14 guy wears, like, the spectacles like me, and he's got those. Oh my god, it fits. It's so weird.
Oh.
And I'm just trying to get back to Eorzea. It's like, where am I? Like, I've been to space, yo. It's nice.
This kind of looks like space.
Yeah, it's kind of, I don't know if I like it.
You fell in through one of the holes.
I did. Please don't die. What's with the horns? Don't worry about it. It's cool.
I don't know where they came from. They're just there.
They're just there. It's fine. It's whatever.
Again,
Oh my god.
the phones are in the bedroom, and all three of them have disconnected.
Of course they have. 5 feet? Can't. Oh, I guess that's like 10 feet. Can't do that.
It's not distance. It's
But it's deliberate?
it's something to do with the wall.
Oh. That's even weirder. Okay. So let's go kill the Alliance. Mr. Red, I know you like killing Alliance. Yes, yes. I'm sorry, I find that so amusing because if you remember, I was originally going to play Gailota for this exact stream. And I ended up not, specifically because I realized the limitations on playing an Alliance character would be too irritating to put up with, because I wanted to do a bunch of groupie stuff with people. So I'm like, screw it. I'll go ahead and play Lore Runner. I didn't plan, let me be clear about this, I didn't plan to play Lore Runner. The universe is sending me a sign. I'll just chill here for a minute. Yeah, exactly, as Miristar. Same thing with the Hordes who are here, too. Anybody out here who's fighting, actually PvPing in lore, is Garrosh and Sylvanas loyalists, and Greymane, well, not Greymane types, but people like Greymane, right? You remember that stupid Admiral? Who was, like, worse than Greymane? That's the kind of people who are out here in hell, in like the second most hellish thing we've ever seen in this setting, killing each other because screw them. I hate you. While we're here, I suppose I should write down a few things. Well, no, see, the funny thing is, now it works the other way, Giga. Because now the FF14 character has found his home in WoW. Oh. Oh god, no, that's exactly it, as Miristar. So let's go do a world quest. I mean, a regular quest. Now, see, here's the real question. Lore Runner coming here would be, like, massively depowered, right? Don't mistake me. The Warcraft main characters are pretty strong. They got nothing on the Warrior of Light, right? So he's like, oh god, I've got to work in a group now, and I apparently have a demon in my soul. What is going on? It's so strange. I have to actually work with a party for once. This is weird. I don't like this. Yeah, exactly, Wenlock. Like, we've been downgraded to a Star Destroyer. It's just kind of a funny statement. Absolutely, Lord Airmont. The warrior of Demon Hunter, right? Okay, shut up. Although that's a good point. The Warrior of Light can be a Dark Knight and a Reaper. And soon we'll be able to shoot guns from shields. And whatever the other DPS class is that I don't think they've actually shown yet. What's my class of the Warrior Light? Yes? So, even canonically, the Warrior of Light... Mr. Red, do me a favor. Go loot over there really quick, please. Even canonically, the Warrior of Light is every class, right? That was actually made very, very clear in the Shadowbringers intro, but it's been true since Heavensward. Over here, just follow me. Follow me. Follow me to the loot. Follow me, Mr. Red. Join me, Mr. Red. EV into the loot. There we go. Okay, cool. Yeah, what's my Warrior of Light class? Yes. So what's my favorite? It kind of changes periodically. I've actually made it a point that every time I stream a new chunk of content, I play a different class. So I don't think I really have an answer for that. I know some people pick a main in FF14. I am not one of those people. Like, what did I go through Dontrell as? A paladin. Vidius has a message. He will not take long. He loves a good parlay. What have you learned? What trickery have you found? Shadowgraft. Pathetic. Only Domino with less skill and intelligence use it. It empowers creatures, makes them blind with violent urges. But the creature loses all cunning, all interest. It is a single flavor, not the complex notes of heartache and betrayal. It is boring.
Talk less next time. My hunger is growing.
Vidius is a wily foe. He is skilled in many different weapons. No one sparring match with him has been the same as any other. Our confrontations have become large-scale battles lately. Less duels, more warfare. I prefer the duels, but this keeps Vidius' mind sharp. After eons, we need to change it up once in a while. The arrival of the Horde and the Alliance has only made our games all the more interesting.
Make it quick.
Vidius doesn't use Shadowgraft. He's better than this. How dare he disappoint me? I need no Shadowgraft to convince mighty demon hunters like you to fight for me. Show him the error of his ways before he disappoints me further and abandons his conflict in favor of helping Xalatath. Take the fight to him, siege his bastion. And if you don't want us to stain your hands with Alliance blood, there are many Void minions awaiting your prowess. Yeah, by the way, you don't have to PvP for any of those. Vidius will have a favorite, much like I do you. A mortal from your world filled with grief turned to violence. They do not have the support of your leaders, but they will always have the support of the Dominar. Oh, thank God, the PvPers will always have the support of the Dominar. I love this. Find this favorite. I hear of a warlock has slain many horde. I feel their grief wafting in the air. They are so lost in it. They would give up their war. They would give up the war to save Azarath just for a chance to kill your people. Yes, go savor the fight.
My hunger is growing.
I mean... Yep. Any thoughts for what I'm going to play for Patch Trail? So, for the sake of actually getting groups together and whatnot, I'm probably going to play a healer or a tank, which is whatever. I've been thinking about pushing Dark Knight a bit, maybe, because Dark Knight is obviously the worst class objectively in the entire game, and therefore, the best possible class to play. I'm being facetious. I actually have been thinking about Dark Knight. However, I might also push Red Mage. The specific reason why is after considerable care and thought, I've decided that the Dawn Trail relic I'm going to get is the Red Mage one. So that'll be cool. Whenever I have time. Oh God, kill me. Now, for Evercold, well, I'm going to have to play one of the new classes, right? Wrong. We've already proven why that's a bad choice and doesn't work. I know, Kraken's on. It looks so cool. I wanted to do that with Dawn Trail, if you remember. But I couldn't do it because the new class starts so far on the back foot, and it takes so long just to get to the level where I can start doing stuff. So I'm going to have to play an existing class for Evercold. What I will probably do is whether I do Dark Knight... Yeah, exactly. It's the Viper problem. Or Picto. I love Picto, by the way. Really, I love Picto. More of that, please. But I couldn't play it. So, yeah. I might also do Picto for Patch Trail. I don't know. I'll figure out something. Point is, I got options. I've only gone through so many classes so far for each of these runs. True, Kraken-san. Make no mistake, I do overall still think WoW is a better game, and I absolutely prefer it. But never mistake me for anything other than enthused about the future of FF14. By the way, fun fact, because we're not in war mode, you will almost never find actual PvPers out here. It's great. The gnome says, there can never be peace! Death! Death to the Horde forever! Endless death! All the death. So you asked, if every magic in the whole Warcraft story was considered normal and neutral, would Kel'Thuzad... Like, let's say death had no consequences, like in DBZ. So I don't see a question there, Elizar. You haven't asked me anything. For the Alliance. Oh, I'm with this so much, Mr. Red. Would Kel'Thuzad not be considered evil? No, he's still evil. Whether he's using magic that's evil or not, that's not really relevant. Most people don't consider a shovel evil, but if I beat your head in with it, I'm probably an evil person.
Speak before my hunger.
You weakling, stooping to shadow grafting your forces. You're no better than Xalatath. How'd you even suggest... Ah, I see. We're being manipulated. Another Dominar is in play. Did you notice the PvP flag, by the way? The duel? It went away when they realized. Oh, yeah. Savidius is also under attack by shadow-grafted monsters. I see. So he did not betray my expectations after all. Perhaps we keep him alive a little longer. These two are totally banging, by the way. The Dominar equivalent of banging. Like, whatever they do when they don't have junk to rub up against each other. Hi, sis.
Talk less next time.
God damn it. Thank you for pointing that out. I will fix that later.
Make it quick.
I was just about to ask if you'd looked.
My hunger is growing.
You were saying something? Okay. I'll probably take my time on it, but thank you again for pointing it out. It's in my to-do list now. Okay. Bye. So, for the record, I really like these quests. This is a pretty overt quest chain, but I still like what they do with it. There's two factions. One's smaller and more manipulative and uses tools. The other's a big old dude with an axe. The two of them have been fighting for forever, and are actually mostly in favor of each other and primarily allies. However, there's a third hitherto unforeseen force that shows up, and the moment these two people find out that there's a third force showing up, they immediately unify to go defeat the third faction. I can draw a diagram if I need to, but I think you get it. And yeah, the map itself is very PvP map. The more I analyze the actual overall design of World of Warcraft, the more I notice how much of it is still influenced by map design from Warcraft 3, and most likely StarCraft 2. Okay. Come on.
Speak before my hunger grows.
So we have another enemy, one who would get in between me and Vidius. Unacceptable. The Voidscar Arena to the north is our most strategic position outside of the bastions. An interloping Dominar will have staged their forces there, I guarantee it. I set aside my quarrel long enough to deal with this shared threat. Fortunately for you, he hasn't brought his alliance forces with him.
Talk less next time.
So, we must yet again set aside our feud in order to defeat a common enemy. Not the first time, and not the last. I get it, game. I get it. Nice place. What an irritating distraction. I was enjoying watching the Horde and Alliance do battle. We shall return to our game soon enough. Until then, I shall have to stomach fighting at your side.
Make it
You
quick.
dare stage forces here without announcing themselves? We will root them out and make them pay.
Speak before my hunger grows.
We press on. Shadowgraft requires a potent font to power it, likely more than one, given this many creatures. They'll be nearby. Destroy the power sources and meet us on the next ridge. Remember, if this Dominar succeeds, their conquest will not end here. They'll find a way to your homeworld. They would Shadowgraft Azeroth herself! Meanwhile, I shall relish this opportunity to observe Zeodan's weaknesses up close.
My hunger is growing.
So you're one of the Horde renegades that Zeodan recruited. I see the appeal. The Voidscar Arena is crawling with void monsters once again. A Dominar rules here, I have no doubt. They have not emerged to parley. Our mysterious interloper must not be present. Good. Put an end to the charade, destroy their forces, destroy their resources, turn their tools against them. Make them feel the disdain I feel for them. We shall investigate this interloper.
That was starting to get tiring.
Still favoring twin blades? I prefer to deflect the magic from your staff. Yeah, you're too skilled at that. Will you never put away that polearm? It's an eyesore. It's effective. Yeah, by the way, they also bicker like an old married couple, just to really grind this in here. No, they're banging. They banging. While watching other people fight. Which has probably happened canonically in real life. That's a weird thought. Agreed, as Miristar. Like, obviously they do that, right? That's a real thing. That is canonically true. But they haven't done anything story-wise with it, to my knowledge. It's just there in the background. Since Dragonflight, I want to say. Oh, that's yours. Nice. Well, I mean, yeah, it's like, you know, we can go do Molten Core right now. It doesn't mean Ragnaros is still roaming around Blackrock Mountain, right? There's always that kind of understanding of where the present is when it comes to an MMO. I think I've actually done that map as Miristar. That can't be right. I must be misremembering. That sounds familiar, though. What a magnificent beast. Ruined by shadow grafting. A miserable waste. The shadow grafting must end. There must be a grafter nearby. Elizar, there's a grafter nearby.
Make it.
Do you get it?
Speak.
This will prevent further spread of the grafting, but we must deal with what remains. How troublesome.
Talk less next time. What? I mean, how can I help? Make
A
it.
waste. This creature would be glorious in the battlefield with its mind intact. There's no one doing shadow grafting, only killing. So we kill it. But it's strong. We will need time to weaken it. Meanwhile, find this grafter. It is the one responsible for this travesty. That'll draw out our enemy. Then it's their turn.
My hunger is growing.
Even our combined strength might not be enough to end this monster. It is good, it is bound. Find and slay the grafter while we weaken the beast. You will have the final blow. Okay. So Eleazar asked another question, which was, what evil deeds did Kel'Thuzad do? Oh, Jesus Christ, where do I even start? Okay. So, Kel'Thuzad, it's interesting you phrased it that way, too. Kel'Thuzad is not actually very evil, right? Or at least when he's written well, he's not evil, which it's worth noting was true in War Within. He is amoral. He does not care about morality. He is more he cares about results. So his entire goal, point, and purpose is to build up an undead empire in order to replace the living one, and then use it in order to fight the Legion. He has done many, many horrible things in pursuit of that goal. Yeah, he started the Cult of the Damned, killed lots of people, died, poisoned the Sunwell. Is pretty much the reason Stratholme got knocked over.
Speak before my hunger grows.
You finally arrived. Forgive my absence. Unlike some, I do Xal'atath's bidding when called. Caranus! Figures. You always were fond of shadow grafting. We've put an end to your grafter. Indeed, you've thoroughly trashed my arena. Delightful. I did not expect a mortal of such prowess. I have a proposition for you. Okay.
Make it quick.
Weak. Fickle. One of the first Dominar to bow to Xalatath. Unsurprising. Let's hear if his offer is of any interest. Premature murder is so boring.
Talk less next time. What is it?
That glint in your eye. You've already identified me as an enemy and are thinking about how to slay me, yes? Good. I sent my forces to Zead and Avidius' Bastion to overthrow them. Then Xalatath's bidding pulled me away and I missed all the action. Fortunately, you are here now. You seem like even greater entertainment than watching these two smitten fools refuse to actually end each other. Come then, do the dungeon with me. The last dungeon we haven't done, actually. Well, second to last. This demon hunter has slain my grafter and decimated my home. Consider me impressed. I'll leave you to your squabble if this mortal rallies their allies and fights in my arena. That does sound like an enjoyable spectacle. You'll meet your demise in your own arena, Coronis. Afterward, we continue our endless war with renewed vigor. Then we have an arrangement. I'll see you in the dungeon. So who do you want to bring to this, Mr. Red? I assume you want to bring Rosebank. Which brings me to my second question. Do you want to tank this? The answer can be no, I'm just wondering. I know you're kind of out of it. Hi, Speaker. Thank you very much for the sub. I will admit I don't actually know this dungeon particularly well. I'll put that towards Xenoblade 1. I can spell. Hang on. Hang on. Xenoblade 2 and Xenoblade 3. I kind of assumed no one was on to group. Because no one is on to group. I suppose I'll say out loud, would anyone like to do the dungeon, Voidscar Arena? Was Kel'Thuzad good when he was human? Nope. Was he good before he started necromancy? Nope. No, again, amoral. He was neither good nor evil. He didn't care. Now, you could argue that that's evil, and actually I agree, but you see the difference. There's no malevolence there. If you want to join Mr. Monobrent, excuse me. I almost called you Mr. Brent. You are more than welcome. Okay, we'll wait for Kira White Noise. We could use a healer. All because of the Second War? Kinda, yeah. A lot of people forget how devastating the Second War was, and it really broke a lot of people. Kel'Thuzad is not excluded there. I wish Eva was here. She could group with us. I'm telling you, warrior healer should be a thing. Let's just make it happen. Warrior healer, warlock tank.
The universe is
While we wait.
full of mystery.
There's some peculiar activity in the Shadow Rise to the northeast. Supposedly it's cursed? The Shadow Guard have a heavy presence there, but I've heard they're abandoning the site. I want you to find out the truth of why you leave. Will you accompany me?
Fate is ours to decide.
Excellent. I will see you there. Come back to that one. You do not have to, Evo. It is an invitation. Yes, Alphino, there are ghosts up here. In the Void Storm, which is kind of weird when you think about it, actually. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong quest.
Those beasts could use a good taming. Then you can use them in...
Lord, I found... Ah! Oh yeah, this quest. That really stings. Go ahead and tank, Evo.
Open to us.
How thrilling. That was a proper scare.
Question.
I reached out to examine a console with dark energy moving through it, but something screamed in my face. It was so unexpected. I didn't feel alarm, more like something vicious, angry, hungry, like it wanted to grab me. Terrifying and interesting. Take a look around, see what you can learn. Check for visible disturbances.
There is strength in shadow.
While you do that, I'll search for my tomes for what this could be. That's fascinating. You know, it always enheartens me to hear something like that, Claude, because let me tell you, I've been getting some interesting complaints lately. As if it's like the worst thing ever for me to be streaming WoW for like a week. 1 week, 1/50th of the year I spend playing WoW. And people are like, ugh, get on with it already. It gets tiresome. I do think the proximity to FF11 didn't help anything. Don't worry, ESO is going to be worse. I'm not looking forward to ESO. I will be once I get there. I'll get over it. But right now I'm just like, ugh, do I have to play ESO now? And the answer is, yeah. I do. Thanks, Microslop. Appreciate you. On the plus side, I do think it'll be a good run. I've been wanting to try ESO for a while. And once we get over the hump of the worst quest arc in the entire game, I'm sure it'll smooth out. Oh, tell me about it, Asmira. I'm in. This... I don't want to bore you with personal things about me and my dumb life, but, I haven't been doing great. So, it's been nice to play WoW. That's really just the summary of that sentence. WoW is unironically a healing game for me. I feel like the new mounts in Midnight are kind of lacking compared to some of the previous mounts. I don't know. Yeah, I heard about what's going on at the post office. What the snot? I am sorry you have to deal with that, Asmira. My sympathies. Speaking of someone who spent 3 months getting my car set up in this freaking state. I sympathize. I saw you flight through the air and I heard the screaming. How interesting.
Power is to be wielded, not feared.
You've been attacked by something unseen. You must listen. An evil creature attached itself to me long ago. It followed me about, hurling angry objects, playing tricks, consuming anything it could. Just now it stopped following me. It likes you now, I think. If you feed it, it should leave you for a time. Mark the defeated in the sparring grounds with this brat. It will consume them. Do we have to? Hang on, I think we could queue. Yeah, we're all horde. We can just queue. So, let me do that. Specific dungeon, Void Scar. What's up? What's up, Mr. Red? Oh my god, it's a golden moth of the light. Wait, hang on. There we go. There we go. No, Evo can DPS if you prefer, Mr. Red. I was mostly saying you don't have to tank if you don't want to, but like this is a full prefab. You're fine. You can tank. I was mostly trying to remove that burden from you, but we're good. If you'd rather heal, I'm down. Here, White Noise, can you deeps? Sorry, I asked you to be a healer. I agree. 100%. Anybody who knows anything about art design knows this is a test bed mount, right? Like, they do this constantly. They introduce something as a way to, like, introduce a new mesh or a new skeleton or new whatever into the game, new tech. And they're like, okay. And then they start using that for future mobs and NPCs and mounts and all kinds of fun stuff. They've been doing that since, like, BC, right? to be more accurate, they've been doing that since vanilla. Noxoramus added stuff that they used in BC, right? So, 100% we're going to see more of this up in Northrend, whether it's a moth or not. My personal thoughts, I think this is going to be a Nerubian setup. What do you want to bet? Think about it. I mean, obviously, they'll probably have moths, but think about how it moves and how it flies, and that we're going to be in Northrend, right? Okay, so hang on, let me grab... Yeah, exactly, Claude. It's already got the vibe of it underneath all the cute fluffiness. Oh my god! Okay, sorry. Have you not seen this adorable... Oh no! It's a nice... I actually have this mount too. It's the 6-month mount, if anybody's curious. I don't mind microtransactions if they're just rewards for subbing. Because I'm going to sub for 6 months anyways. So that's just bonus points at that point. Now, if you want me to pay money for a mount, you can go suck a dick. But... Oh, speaking of, real quick. I haven't actually shown this off. They've also been showing off some really cool new mount animations. For example, whoosh. You see it kind of whoosh in there? And then we dismount, it goes whoosh and flies off. I love it. Anyway, sorry. Void Scar. And yeah, these guys can do some stuff too. Not this one. How did that happen? I guess I just have the wrong type. Alright. Let me get to the part of the review document where I'm going to be reviewing dungeons, which is right here. So welcome to the Void Scar Arena.
Do as you like. Just make sure it's entertaining. Let the combat begin!
Hell yeah, brother. Uh-oh. Okay, so Kira White Noise is our carry for this run. Just gonna get that out there. Is that Frostfire? Or are you Spellslinger? I guess I could just watch for a second. Yeah, I wasn't seeing any Frostfire bolts. Down they go. I think you've sold me, Esmeristar. I think consigning Shadowlands to being like a time-walking puddle of this is not what actually happened, and then putting together an actual time-walking quest chain of this is what really happened, is probably the most possible optimal outcome that we could have for Shadowlands right now. I'm not sure in reality land that anything else could actually be better than that. The longest single-player game I've ever played?
More of that potential I've been seeing.
As of this moment, professionally, I'm pretty sure that's still Persona 5. FF11. No, that doesn't count. Y'all were carrying me. What are Tuskar doing in here? Oh, right, they're mind-controlled. Right. That sucks. Oh, there's Sethrak and Saberon and all kinds of stuff in here. Exactly, as Miristar. I mean, this is Azeroth. There is a way to cure shadow grafting. It may take time and effort and energy and resources that the people involved don't have or care about, but there's probably a cure for it.
My Chittagong should be a perfect warm-up. Show me your value.
I have no value. Would they do that? Maybe, Lunaruth. What is more likely is they're going to do the lazy option, which we've actually already talked about. Maybe lazy is the wrong word. I'm just dismissive of it because it's disinteresting.
Handling them with ease. Plutarch, show them why they should regret that.
Hey, look, a freaking fell Bronling, I think? Yeah, no, exactly. Shadow drafting reminds me of tempering. Something that everyone's like, there's no cure of, but... That freaking turtle, God. Yeah, this is some good acid reuse.
Newest toy, Tazra. This will be a fight to remember.
Yeah,
You cannot let this defeat you.
so in case you've been missing the dialogue there, as we've been killing these people, they've been saying things like, my thoughts are clear at last, I was dragged into the dark, please break the graft, and my personal favorite, no, don't make me kill again.
You cannot let this defeat you.
Yeah, that's, yeah.
Over here.
Oh yeah, the whole time he sounds like he's helping you fight him.
You can take it. Then you.
Jesus Christ.
So you won. Come, busy yourself while I prepare Atroxus for your next fight. I expect you to at least provide him with some good exercise.
Yeah, all this is just for entertainment. Dominar, ladies and gentlemen. I should read his thing out loud. There it is. The Dominar's prized champion, Tazra, is forced to fight against his will. Tazra demands his own death from every opponent, hoping each battle will finally end his suffering. Jesus. The next boss is Atroxus, which is imprisoned by Cronus. This starving behemoth is hoping for a new victim to sate his appetite. His sheer size is almost as dangerous as the poison he spews. And yeah, I've seen a few people speak dismissively of the Dominar, and it's kind of interesting since they're unique. I kind of like the nature of how pseudo-alien they are. Since, after all, what they care about most is entertainment and food. Like I said, they're hedonists. They want to enjoy and savor suffering. That's what they are. And it is, as was mentioned earlier, they can literally taste emotions. Well, I'll probably take the Dominar there, honestly, Lunaruth. Because the other two, there's no end to that. So what you're saying is we need to do something actually hard, Mr. Red. Whoops. I'm so stupid. I'm sorry. No, that's my fault. I was just kind of spacing. I'm sorry. Here it is. It's over here. It's over here. We didn't have to do that entire wing. What's up? Whoa! That was immediate! That was great. I figured I'd live a few seconds. Yeah, I saw a Ravager up here. Sorry. Yes, it's so easy, Mr. Red. I just wanted you to work for it for a few seconds. I didn't realize you were trying to get me killed. I think what makes the Dominar more interesting is they're a lot more petty. Again, this is all just for entertainment. They're just trying to enjoy a good meal. That's their motive. There's nothing else. This is why I call them a hedonist. Because their sole objective, their only goal is to enjoy. I suppose you could argue the same for other people. One of the people I saw who was mocking the Dominar was saying, "Oh, these guys are so low tier," and it's like, yeah, that's kind of what makes them interesting. These guys are so far beneath us at this point, and that's a good thing. Do you want every expansion to have another super ridiculously overpowered race of Doom? I mean, the answer is yes, that is what they want. Yeah, exactly as Miristar. Alright, Atroxus. Let's do this.
Be witness to my attack.
That's right, survival of the fattest.
I expect you to at least provide him with some good exercise. Careful of those splashes.
I liked Dawn Trail for what it was, but I agree that every now and again they failed to make it feel like the vacation it really was. They also succeeded, it's worth noting. It just wasn't a universal success. Essence. Sorry.
You beat my Atroxus? Oh, how defectable!
Our next boss is the Dominar himself.
Magnificent! What a performance! Come, let me show you something more fun.
The overly confident and ostentatious owner of the arena, Baronus, is impressed by the fighting ability of the Azerothians and demands them for his collection. And if I could add my own touch to what Mr. Red is saying in chat. I don't mind if you want something different than me. In fact, I tend to champion the very concept. But please don't remove my ability to have what I want because you are getting what you want. I actually have a perfect example of that. There were people, there probably still are, people who like to clamor for the idea of the HVA coming back. I don't want the HVA to ever come back. There's some nuance here, obviously, but you get the idea. No, I've got it. I've got it. Have you ever played any of those like corporate games where you play a corporation fighting other corporations? And by fighting, I mean not literally shooting, not like Syndicate. That's the next Warcraft HVA game. Like the two sides are in economic competition. It's like, okay, we gotta undercut them in this sector. And then we gotta take over this thing. I mean, Syndicate would work, honestly, especially for something like Warcraft. They hire, you know, mercs and adventurers to do their dirty work. And I'm just saying that actually probably would work, but whatever. Moving on. I mean, I'm down with the idea of both Renegades and sporting it up. I really am. And as I've said before, competition is actually arguably a good thing in moderation. Anybody who likes sports can attest to that. To both sides of that it's a good thing and it's a bad thing when it's not in moderation. We don't need to have a riot because your sports team lost, but there's nothing wrong with rooting for your team. Like, tell me they couldn't literally lean into that and make these things kind of like the World Cup, except fighting, right? Tell me they couldn't make that work. In universe, I mean, in lore. We'll call it the Argent Tournament. Okay, that was stupid because they were doing it on the doorstep of Icecrown. We don't have that problem anymore. Oh, I'm just going to pull the pad, whatever. Yeah, maybe move it away from freaking Icecrown. Random thought. Although we are going back to Northrend, so... Move it to the Voidstone. Yeah, wait. Yeah, no, exactly, Lord Haremont. That's pretty much exactly the direction I'm thinking. Like, have healers on board at the side. In fact, if you really want to stretch, you could do a thing where there's either, like, a world quest, or a quest, or a dungeon, or a new, like, endgame activity type thing, where your job is the support crew. Your job is to make sure that the people fighting in the tournament are buffed, fed, taken care of, and most importantly enough, alive. I think they can do stuff with that. I think there's some room there.
Pardon the time. I needed to ready myself for battle.
Of course, of course. And yeah, we know we can kill enemies in-game now without actually killing them. Like, the tech has existed now, thanks to Magister's Terrace, so...
Enjoy it.
This is actually a great fight. I'm almost sad we're going to run over this guy like a wrecking ball. A wrecking train?
Looks like you need a push.
That's true, Esmeralda. Yeah, an icebreaker. Goodbye.
Performance was most exquisite.
Crunched. He is a good fight, I swear. It's probably the best fight in here. Thank you, everyone, for joining me, as usual. I jot down some very quick notes here. What's next? Leaving the party. Dude, you can't tell me that like wrestling doesn't fit perfectly in Warcraft. Just perfectly. No other dungeons or delves today. The goal, however, is to do some raids tomorrow, if anybody would like to join in on that. Yeah, Blood Bowl, right?
The gravitational force here can provide...
Tell me it wouldn't work. All right, I forgot about this. I suppose technically the Brawlers Guild is that, but they haven't done anything with it. Like, do so. Thank you for coming, Evo. Thank you for taking time away from the amazing Evo game. You can find out by typing !Evo in chat right now. Plug. Words. The problem with the Brawlers Guild is it's just kind of over there as like a little side thing. Like, do something with it, right? Also, I think technically we kill people in the Brawlers Guild. And yeah, it's also very not canon. Like, it's pretty clear that stuff is not actually happening. That's the danger room, to use the X-Men concept, or the holodeck if you prefer. In fact, I am shocked that they haven't actually just straight up said that it is literally a holodeck. We do have holodecks in Azeroth. We could do that, you know. That's the world. I don't care about that. Damn it. Stop running away while I'm trying to kill you. But I don't want to die. You could switch back to, I guess you don't care. You hit 90. By the way, speaking of which, I didn't say it earlier. Congrats, Mr. Red, for hitting 90. I'm going to AFK very briefly here, right after I finish turning in this quest. It's still hungry. The meals are never enough. That's why I'm so weakened. It was constantly nagging me. You seem strong enough, though. I admit it's a great relief that it's focused on you now. I feel my strength starting to return.
I greet you.
While you were gone, we were busy. My idea is to force the malevolent entity into the open, out of its hiding place. Havaza gathered up items that have the entity attached to them. I don't trust her, but if she wants to do heavy lifting, at least I don't have to. By destroying the scattered things it is possessing, we will flush it out of hiding.
Sherelle Laron.
Also, good luck, Kiroi Noise. Why is the high school heavily popular as a setting? So I've looked into this a couple of times. Near as I can tell, because of how absolutely awful Japanese work culture is, a lot of Japanese people's lives effectively end the moment they become an adult and get their first real job. So there's this cultural push towards venerating high school, because those were the good old days. Those were when life was free and open, and you get it, right? So there's a lot of focus on high school because that's that. I don't know what else to add to that. End statement. Into that creepy chair. Make sure it stays grounded this time. Oh no. Oh no. There it is. Behind us. No, it's come for me. Oh, that's a relief. It wants Lure Runner, not me. If you can't tell now, it looks like me. Thank you, Mage, for intervening.
We fight for a new...
I'm sorry, I let that go for far too long. My curiosity outweighed my common sense.
New doorways.
The entity is definitely attached to you. It even imitated you. I bet it mimics the body of its main target, changing depending on what it's eating. Now that I've seen it in action, I'm confident I can make a container to hold it. You trust me, right? Oh yeah, sure. Just outside of Shadow Rise, there's a clear area on the upper bluffs of the Claw's Edge. I want to get away from these objects, like that chair. Brand yourself as defeated and wait. It will come. Ambush it when you see an
The
opening.
void offers endless possibilities.
Havaza, will you come and... No. It's just to you now. This is a you problem. I'm out of here. Have fun dying. Okay. Ignore Havaza now. We'll deal with her afterwards. Let's go get it. Okay. I know, right, Asmirstar? What are we dealing with? An SCP. Oh, probably, Mr. Red. Okay. I'm going to AFK relatively quickly. I'll be right back. Okay. Oh no! I lost Mr. Red. Oh. He's decided he hates me. Ugh. Okay. Oh, okay. Etch a sketch a little bit here. I will continue to wait for you. Or are you just getting money? In which case, ignore me. Yeah, I know, these money quests. These are, but anybody curious, these world quests are almost always money. About 1,000 gold each. They're extremely easy to do, and despite that tag there that says they're PvP quests, they aren't. It's a good way to get some money going. If you need it, if you're low. Void Scar. They apparently give bloody tokens. I don't even know what those are. Where's my cup? Where did my cup go? Spirit Star, why'd you steal my cup? Honestly, I haven't actually been focusing on money. I've just been slowly generating money by doing quests. Inch by inch, you know. I'll need it at some point, because I do plan to sit down and really get a professions round going. That's going to take a hot minute. And probably a lot of money. They are, in fact, Lord Paramount. And now, they give to Core. Where's Mr. Red? There he is.
The gravity.
Oh, you're doing the world quest.
Can
I'm not gonna help with that.
extra power.
Am I out?
Go use it to eliminate some of the ethereal.
Oh no, I'm defeated. I'm so dead. No. Yeah, I'm not actually a big fan of the tier sets I've seen so far. I was gonna say, you might as well just join for the next chain, because this is like the last step of this chain. There we go.
The universe is full of mystery.
It is tiny, harmless, and trapped. One last thing to do.
Walk your own.
Havasa betrayed us and left you to clean up after her. It could have killed you. She should face consequences for her actions. I'm sure she's back to duels, reveling in her returned strength at your expense. Let's start with the Shenzor refinery. Challenge her to a real duel.
Maintain control. Always.
I know, it's great. It is unironically quite gratifying to see. In fact, I could tell you a lot of stories about how many cool Alliance players I've met out here while doing world quests. It is a non-zero number. Oh, are you sore about that entity? Too bad. You're not worthy of dueling me. But I don't mind crushing... Wait, why is my health at half? Why is my health at a quarter? Oh god, oh god! Oh, she's dead.
Question everything.
Well done. I hated the idea she'd get away without any consequence. On the positive side, I learned a lot about this entity for future disturbances.
There is strength in shadow.
Now then, this creature. No more indiscriminate eating for you, little one. Do check on us later, though. We'll see you around. Wait, I legitimately did not know that as Miristar. That's kind of cool, though. God, it's such an RTS map. Look at it. Even the angles and the ramps. Yeah, the Galactic Warmonger is pretty good, if that's the one I'm thinking of. No. No, there it is. There it is. Yep, there it is. Yeah, that, I admit, I kind of want that. I'm not going to lie. I'm never going to get it. There's the leather version. And Loth version. And junk. I mean, male version. No, male version's pretty legit. I love the void feather. But, like, this is the set hunter suit. Look at this nonsense. I mean, I know, hunter sets have always been crap. It's like, goddamn. And then we got, like, yes. And then, I mean, that's okay. That's okay. Okay, that's decent. I'll give you that. That's decent. I don't like those shoulders at all. They look like they're not part of the set. Speaking of, I don't even know what this is. That's actually kind of cool. Looks actually more shaman than warlock, but I'm with it. This looks dorky. Druid's fine. You've seen Demon Hunter. This is literally what I'm wearing on my actual, what's your thing? On my main. And Evoker, which is weirdly badass looking. Hell do I know.
Speak before my hunger grows.
What did Karanis bolster their armies with? Azerothian captives. Figures. He would only have taken the most bloodthirsty he could find, if that knowledge helps you sleep at night. Good work. Karanis will come between Vidius and I no longer. You have been helpful. I will ensure you benefit from aid rendered. Oh, hey, an actual upgrade. Oh my god.
My hunger is growing.
You have served well. Karanis will no longer threaten the Slayer's Rise or capture mortals from your world to fight in his arena. Your prowess is admirable. I hope to see you more on the battlefield. Nope. One more quest up here to do. One more real quest. The Void Elf writhes in fitful sleep, tormented by a nearby shade. Maybe we should try to wake him. Excuse me? Hello, sir? What? Oh, even sleep is no escape from this thing.
Question everything.
This shade is my doing. My mistake. The void here is so pure, so alive, and I was foolish. I'd seen shades before. Rendore shadows made manifest. I thought I could make my own, but it's wrong. It's broken. I can't escape it any more than I can escape my own thoughts. That's what I'm here for. I sought the void for a solution, and a voice led me north, promised an artifact that'll rid me of this failure. That sounds like a terrible idea. I know. Believe me. I can't explain it, but the voice sounds like someone I should trust. It's familiar, like waking from a dream. If I can rid me of this shade, then I must see where it leads. Okay.
Power is
To the north, a place called Fangfall. There I'll be rid of this failed shade. Yeah, you're a void elf, dude. What are you doing? What are you doing? What? Okay, I'm gonna assume you're on this quest because my tracker's saying you're not because it's bugged. Oh god, she just finds all the haunting creatures. Lady. Yep, I am not on this quest. Leave me alone. Disappear. Wait, I'm sorry.
Baladash Malinore.
Have you ever felt lonely? No. It's all I felt when I lived in Silvermoon. With the Rendore, I thought I'd found kinship. He glances towards the shade. It seems I only brought my loneliness with me. Like everything else, this shade was a mistake. I pity it. Erasing it's for the best. What's a shade? Ask a dozen Riftwalkers, you'll get 24 answers. Manifestations, dark reflections, illusions. Understanding them is like trying to grasp a shadow. If you'd asked me a few weeks ago, I'd have said I understood them. I was convinced I could create one. Instead, I conjured some thing that knows only torment and suffering. So to answer your question, I don't know. Just want it gone.
We embrace and
Thank you for accompanying me. I didn't really have anyone else to ask. The other Rendor, the void changes many things, but I feel just as out of place in Telagris as I did in Silvermoon.
my fate is my own.
After my failed creation, I sought wisdom from the void, and it told me of this place. There was a voice, strange yet familiar. It promised a tool for shaping void and shadow, something that would free me from my failure. But the void gives nothing freely, we must commend it, and violence is this land's mother tongue. Slay the beasts here, and bring me their ichor. We will use it to write our demands. I love the writing of this quest, by the way. If ichor is to be our carrier for our message, bone shall be the pigment. This is a place of scavengers, with bones stolen from across the land. Old, new, all carrying echoes of violence that brought their ends. Bring me bone splinters, and I will powder them for our ink. Please hurry. This shade is a wrong thing, and I must put it right.
Do not fear the shadows.
Oh, alright, let's go find stuff. Yeah, Shades of the Death Knight, says Miristar. Hell, Demon Hunters too, now that I think about it. That's true, as Miristar. Yeah, when the Void Elves began to be making Demon Hunters, I was like, okay. I still stand by my statement that Demon Hunter is one of the only classes that shouldn't just be all willy-nilly for any race. But, yeah, okay. There's only 3 of those. Demon Hunters because, duh, basically. Death Knights because no one can make any more at this point. And Evokers, because you kind of... Evokers are unique, right? Like, they don't qualify the same way. You quite literally have to be born an Evoker. It doesn't... There's no training there. Yeah. Are you personally made of the 5 Dragonflights after years of horrific Resident Evil-style experiments? If no, then go home. I mean, it makes sense as Miristar. Like I said, nobody can make a Death Knight right now. That might change. We're going back to Northrend. But as of right now, we don't have anyone who can do that. They even mentioned Bolvar is off just still trying to recover, because he's still freaking out. And he doesn't have any of the necromantic power anymore, so...
New doorways have opened to us.
I hope I wasn't too much trouble. This sort of work was always beyond me. I can never grasp more violent void arts.
Unchecked emotion leads to ruin. Baladash Malanore. New doorways.
This place, this wound, is what the voice of the void told me I'd find. There's something waiting inside. Something to put an end to this broken creation. You can't hear it? It howls. Sometimes in rage, other times lonely. Ignore it. With the proper runes written in ichor and bone, I believe we can open the rift wider. Then you can seize what lies within.
The whispers do not control.
Sure, this is a good idea, what we are currently doing. I wonder how much of our characters' actions are motivated by curiosity. Hey, go do this extremely dumb thing. Okay. So I like this visual here. No, I do. There's nothing here. There is nothing here. Do you have it? Can I be rid of this thing?
The universe is full of mystery.
Your voice spoke true. There was something waiting there.
We embrace a new
Remarkable. The chisel is not made to carve stone or metal, but the void itself. It can free me from this shade. This is what the voice promised me. The means to divest myself of this shade. You'll have to wield it. Don't worry, it won't harm me. It'll separate me from the shade. Then it should simply fade away, no more than an unmoored shadow. Go on, I'm ready.
The void offers endless possibilities.
Sure. What? No, it should be gone. After it. Please, don't let it harm anyone. And I took a late lunch. I'm doing one shift today, because of the server issues. Like I said, we're finishing Voidstorm today. That's the goal. He gives you a playful smile and bows deeply. Okay. It's okay, Lore Runner. I think I was mistaken.
I greet you.
I was horrified after I created this shade. When I searched the void for guidance, I sought to destroy it. But the answer didn't come from the void, it came from the shade. That's why the voice sounds so familiar. It's my voice. It was in so much pain, it tried to help me. The Dominar here seem masters of shaping the void to their whims. Maybe the chisel was one of their creations? Rendor are no strangers to changing our natures and discovering ourselves through the void. Is it any wonder that other beings might feel the same? For them, a tool like the chisel may be no more than miraculous than a comb to us. It clearly wasn't made for our kind. It's completely inert now, no more than a stone. But how did the shade know to guide me here? Does void call to void? We've so much left to learn.
Question?
The shade wasn't trying to torment me. It was in agony. I'd made it in the depths of my loneliness, and it reflected that. Bound to me, unable to exist alone, trying to provide comfort it couldn't while stuck as a shadow. I looked outwards to deal with my loneliness, finding the void, becoming Rendori, following the others here. I thought if I just found the right place, I wouldn't feel this way. But I was wrong. It was always inside me. I couldn't cast it out. I embrace it.
Unchecked emotion leads to ruin.
Takes off his mask. Thank you, Lore Runner. I suppose it's time I get acquainted with myself. I like that quest. I like that quest a lot. I don't know if it's double worthy. I'll chew on that in a minute, but it's definitely good. Okay. Let's do this quest. Welcome home, Bragman. Should be down here somewhere.
The void has a curious impact on the life of this world.
There it is.
Reach into these creatures and capture their instincts.
No sign of infection in these two either? Ah, a moment, please.
I seek all truths.
We came to this bountifully macabre landscape to study these monolithic remains and harvest samples. We were prepared to deal with the predatory violence prevalent across the Voidstorm, but were caught off guard. One by one, the Rendori scouts accompanying me were afflicted by something. They grew agitated and ran off, scattered into the mold. I fear that even if they survive the beasts, in time they will succumb to this pathogen.
Power attracts power.
A strange pathogenic presence has infected my fellow Rendori. When we arrived, I was awestruck by the colorful vibrancy of the decay-filled valley and its many blood-stained flowers. I'd hoped to gather some for my collection, to study, of course, but this pathogen was living in the same pestilent pools as the blood petals. Are they naturally resilient? Do they have purifying qualities? Please, cautiously gather some blood petals for my research.
Are you listening?
The pathogen appears to spread unevenly amongst the wildlife. When my fellow Rendora were infected, they grew confused and unresponsive. The local fauna appeared more resistant. I suspect some of the denizens have a stronger resistance than others. Perhaps by examining these beasts, we can extract elements for a curative elixir. Could you gather livers nearby?
Master your demon.
Sure. The T quest. The T quest. The T quest. The T quest. Well, this area is actually pretty horrifying, yeah. It's a void rot pit. The problem is I don't, Evo. You're going to have to remind me. If it's in the Void Storm, I don't think we have. Oh! No. We're doing that one last. I've actually been saving that. You know me. I like to end on a bang. Let me just try not to fall into this rot here. I have been so angry at you, Elizar. Yes, I have, though. Not you. There is one other person that was sufficiently problematic with questions that I had to come up with ways to get them to chill, because other viewers were starting to complain about them. I don't mind off-topic questions. We're playing WoW. We got tons of downtime, right? But this, I'm not going to name names. That's not what I'm about. But this person in question was asking so many non-stop off-topic questions that it was just an impediment. There's a reason we have an entire channel on the Discord now just for covering that kind of thing. If you ever have a random, you know, I wonder. That too, Mr. Red. Let's see, honestly, a lot of my regulars probably remember who I'm talking about, but again, I'm not here to shame or blame, so I'm not going to say names. I'm not going to say names? I'm not going to name names. I can talk. I can do the talking thing. Out of curiosity, what kind of mage are you, Mr. Red? I mean, you're Frost. Yeah, you're Frostfire. Never mind, I saw it immediately. Frostfire is really easy to see. It's one of the specs. It's like, yeah, and I can tell immediately. What's the difference between life and mana? The answer is, of course, depends on the setting. Most settings distinguish between life energy and magic energy. In Warcraft, well, they're different energy sources. That's essentially asking, like, what's the difference between oil and coal? Yeah, in some settings, there is no difference. FF14 is actually a great example of that. Ether is both life and mana. All things are made of ether. Ether literally as actually matter as well. It's fascinating. Killing my bot. I see how it is. Does mana translate to life? So that's interesting. So, in a lot of settings, you can do something that's called casting from HP. Thank you, FF4, for giving us that one. Oh, no, you don't. I'll never forgive you, Elizar. Ever! But, most of that's usually down to trying to tap into reserves of energy that aren't supposed to be reserves of energy. In other words, I'll go back to Final Fantasy for just a second. In most Final Fantasy settings, if you cast from life, it's not a 1-to-1 ratio, is how I want to describe that. So it costs you more HP than it would if you had MP. It is supposed to be a last-minute, holy crap kind of a thing, as opposed to a normal practice. I am going the wrong way. I mean, Arcane, oof, one more week. One more week.
Power attracts power.
Did you collect enough?
I seek
Oh, beautiful. I only hope these flowers can provide a clue to cure my brethren. Let's hope we are able to concoct a cure from the reagents you acquired. I've already prepared the base potion, but we need to carefully mix with the blood petals and livers you procured. With some calculated determination and a bit of luck, we should be able to craft an antidote and administer it to the afflicted Rendora. Scouts nearby. Assist Blockiniacs by mixing the ingredients.
True power lies within us.
Sure. Let's mix in the blood petals. Then pulverize the livers. Now stir. Marvelous. Let's test it. Excuse me, are you cured? And then Gluck comes out of them, which is kind of gross. I'm going to go with extremely gross. Yeah, no, we're going to stick with extremely gross on that one.
We fight for a new future.
Oh, initially we scouted the region from a safe distance. Once we determined the creatures here posed no real challenge, we began collecting various samples. When hostile creatures attacked us, we easily slew them, but spilling their blood was enough to doom each of us. Riftwalker Lorne was the first infected, but we didn't notice until it was too late. The pathogen's effects were subtle, and it clouded our judgment. One by one, we abandoned our duties and each other, driven by the things growing inside of us. We trusted too much in our strength and fell prey to the enemy within. Do not let your guard down as we did.
Strength in shadow.
This pathogen is spreading rapidly amongst the denizens of the Mult. A swarm of nether wasps hatched shortly after our arrival. The infection spread throughout the region as they fought over territory. If their numbers continue to grow, they could carry it to the rest of the Voidstorm. Can you reduce the number of infected creatures in the Mult?
Fate is ours to decide.
Yeah, let's not let this gunk get to Azeroth, please, and thank you. To finish answering you, Elizar. In Warcraft, life is a distinct energy source. Again, coal versus fuel. Life is a measurable statistic in the Warcraft setting. Now, some magic can draw from life. Fel is the most obvious, but most magic can draw from it if it really needs to. But it is still a completely different energy source. There's no real direct connection point there. It's probably worth noting that mana doesn't exist in the strictest sense of the word. Mana is a gameplay conceit to refer to how much of a given magic source you have to pull from. In lore, an elemental shaman would probably have a different bar than a priest or a warlock or a mage. Similar to Diablo 3, if you're familiar with it. Listen, look, we here at the Lore Walkers are tolerant of everything other than other people's practices. I was going to last much longer. Thank you. I'm saved at last. Yeah, you're welcome. Well, yeah, it's funny because some of the races do use things other than mana. For example, I use Fury. Mr. Red over there is actually using mana. I think they call it mana. Actually, not 100% on that. Yeah, hunters nowadays have focus. Warriors have rage. Rogues have energy. Monks have energy and ki. Back in the day, almost everyone used mana. That sucked. Mana hunters. I'm not sad to see that go. Well, yeah, obviously Kennex go. That's true, Kraken-san. Druids are objectively the best class. And yeah, they also have other stuff, too, in addition to mana, rage, and energy. Get out of here while you still can. No, I'm fine. What's your issue? Hello, game? What am I in a combat with? Whatever. Death Knights use runes and runic power. Oh, sorry. No, what I meant is back when hunters had mana. As in MP. Right? I love this debuff. I really do. Oh yeah, I think priests use mana too. So we've only got two, actually. Mages and priests. Warlocks have their own thing now, too. Although I forget what they call it. Yeah, this is another hashtag other players, by the way. Well, yeah, obviously Warlocks use souls. Or I guess I should say soul shards. I thought there was something else, though. Another one of those 2 resource classes. Jesus Christ, where are all the scouts? Damn it. And there's the other player. Shut up.
Impact on the life of this.
Wow, I think this is a real hashtag other players moment. Okay. I don't even remember what the evokers use. I've played quite a bit of an evoker, but for whatever reason it just doesn't stick with me the same way the other classes do. No, you're fine. You're fine, Mr. Red. You having fun is kind of more important to me than you contributing, if I can be blunt. Riftwalker Lauren. She was infected first. Is she alright? Is she safe? Let's go check on her. Oh my god! I mean, Mage is in a pretty good place right now, and it's about to be in an even better place. Oh my god! That just came out of her. Haha. Okay. God damn it. Whoops. Sorry, you jumped up and I thought that was the animation of you hopping on. Wait, what? Okay. I'll wait. I'll wait. Yeah, exactly, Bragwin. Like, what? There we go. Alright.
I seek all truths.
Were you successful? Riftwalker Lord is dead. This is troubling news. You have my gratitude for saving as many of the Rendora as you did.
Power.
So this bloodborne pathogen has mutated. The ooze-like carriers usually die quickly, but this new variant is stable without a host. If it escapes, it can infect more Rendora, or worse, Azeroth. We must stop this mutated variant before it spreads. Rid us of that bloody creature, and I will watch over the survivors and ensure their safety. I smell blood! Blood. Hematitis? It just attacked me with hematitis. I might be pronouncing that wrong. Feed. Die. Spread.
Are you listening?
With the mutated pathogen dealt with and the antidote in hand, we should be safe from further outbreaks. Thank you for your assistance.
Master your
You're welcome. It's horrifying. Okay, that's cool. We're cool. Everything's cool. What is that quest? Oh, whatever. We'll look at that in a second. We got a few more kind of filler quests to push through, so I'm just going to knock these all out in one go here. Because I can find the town. Here it is. Lord Runner, a favor. My research partner and I are researching local wildlife and their relationship to the void. I've concluded my findings, but Matrion, reckless and obsessive as ever, insists there's more to discover. Could you convince him to return here? Matrion was never one to let a theory go untested. Tell me about it. What about you?
Walk your own path.
Do Stormarion. Nah, I'm good. Stormarion's fun enough, but nah, I'm good.
Baladash Malinore.
Lord Runner, I have something strange here. While scouting in the Stormfields, I found a rock a beast was chewing. Look at it. Are these runes? Writing? It's ancient. It's here. What can it mean? Strangely, I've been hearing a voice in my head ever since I found this rock. Gee! Huh. Fine. I'll go pick up the Stormarion quest. I don't care. There's no story here. I don't even think I'm going to give it any positives or negatives. It's just there. Whatever. I will do my due diligence. Right after we get some rubble from these guys. He threw hematite at him. Oh my god. God, why does everything in this zone cast freaking Hinder Quarry? Stop that. Just quit it, guys. Quit it. Whoops. That was actually a misclick. Whatever. Oh my god. Ham. Look, I'm a demon hunter. I don't know what you want from me. A lot of this is muscle memory at this point too, because this is my main. Unlike FF14, I have a main in WoW. You're looking at it, and not this character, but this class in this spec actually. I think I'm going to make a concerted effort to start playing Devourer more, but I'll do that off camera. It's just not as good for soloing as Havoc, quite frankly. But I don't solo off camera. Granted, I do have Mr. Red here, but I don't know if I always will. I've really been liking Death Knight in Midnight a lot. I've also been trying to push a friend of mine into playing Death Knight more, because I think that would be the kind of thing that it would be enjoyed. Oh yeah, also Vengeance is just legit. Vengeance tanking is in a great spot right now. Ahem. We hear about your research. Fascinating results. And how exactly does this further our research?
I greet you.
The void peers back, but I will not avert my gaze. Return to Umbric. but we're on the brink of deeper understandings. Hypothesis: there exists an apex predator amongst these creatures that might hold immense power, and this predator's relationship with the void could further our own understanding of the infinite darkness. Eradicate some of the smaller creatures, see if the beast answers the beck and call of violence.
The void offers endless possibilities.
This place is a food chain of ferocity and far too many teeth. Our studies grow more dangerous by the minute, but Matrion insists on staying. We may as well assist him. We're studying a link between the nature of these creatures and the void's accumulation here. Dispatch some of the beasts below and bring me some samples of their tissues. We can study them to learn more about their connection with the void. The void storm stirs something inside us, Matrion. We must show caution. Never in our studies has caution led to progress. We must embrace this opportunity. Yeah, that's what you should be doing right now, is embracing the void. Frickin' moron. Not this guy. Sorry, just... Really, dude? If there's one thing I don't like about Voidstorm, it's the music. I know that sounds strange. It is big and bombastic and doomy, and that's great, but it does get a little old after a bit. It's the same exact issue I had back in Legion, if you remember. The Legion zones had the Legion theme playing, which is good, and gets tiresome after a while. Yeah, actually, the Maw is another good example of the same problem. The Maw's music is good. I gave it a positive. It's properly doomy, but god damn. Jeez. A little bit of variety, please. Oh, that's a good question, Umbral Magnus. What do we do story-wise with the Death Knights? So the easy and obvious story, which would be a very personal story, so it would actually be multiple related stories, would be, now what? How do the Death Knights cope with a post-Lich King world? There really is no functional Ebon Blade anymore, not the same way there used to be. The Four Horsemen are still there, but the thing that empowered them is gone. And again, no more Lich King. Also, their primary purpose in existing is also gone. First, they were supposed to help stop the second Lich King, and then they were supposed to help stop Sylvanas. Cough, cough. Well, that's dealt with. Now what? And that's my point. Now what? I feel like you could do a lot of different stories with that. Maybe some want to, try to find some kind of absolution. Maybe some people just kind of rejoin organizations. Maybe some of them try to ascend themselves to tier 4 undead. Maybe some of them want to just die. Maybe some want to go to sleep, like Lunaruth. Maybe some of them are Lunaruth. Maybe Lunaruth is all the Death Knights. We don't know. You don't know. But you get the point, right? There's a lot of different directions, and I think they would go in most of them, depending on the individual. We've got a lot of named Death Knights we could play around with, If you want something a little bit more concrete than that, a little bit more main plotty, honestly, my first thought, my knee-jerk thought, is to turn them towards what's left of the Scourge and fix that. Now, here's the thing. I don't know what the fix could be. That would take some thought. What do you do about the Scourge, right? So anyways, he eats some of the void flesh we just gathered and says, I can taste the carnage! Atrian, those were for analysis.
We embrace a new
There may be a time and a place for caution, but now is not that time. I hunger for results.
My fate is my own.
Can there be a ruler of a chaotic animal kingdom? Wait, he ate the samples? I think the Void's grip on Matreyan is growing firm. We Void Elves all face the same risk, that we should assure our resilience falter. Madness awaits. She frowns in Matreyan's direction. The caves below are steeped in Void's vile touch. Such surges erupt from the earth, creating a miasma of filth that fills the nesting grounds. Here, take this. It'll capture the surges of dark energy bursting from the soil. We will study them safely in the ingress.
Question?
Our research has proven fruitful. I can feel the promise of power beckoning. Do you hear it? The apex predator calls to us. The beast must be nearby. We must gather tribute. Yes. Yes, we must offer it a gift of vitality. We must meet it bathed in the essence of the young. Some of the smaller creatures nesting in the tunnels below break their eggs, bathe in their juices. Then perhaps the beast will be drawn to the smell. Yeah. Okay. I've seen enough, Matreyan. These methods are beyond the pale. Are you going to do anything about that? You're just going to yell at him. Okay, bye. It's wandering. To be a vessel for progress is the highest scientific honor. We cannot give that up now. Anyways. Let's go, have fun. I hope this shares. It does. Woo! Don't know if this shares. Looks like it does. Woo! What do you think, Umbral Magnus? Anybody in chat want to jump on that too? Like, what would you do with the Death Knights? Other than make them even edgier than they already are, somehow. The infinite blackness of death courses through my unveins. Where my veins used to be. I used to feel that. That's actually a pretty obvious one. I think that would be a major plot for anyone. Like, regardless of which Death Knight you are following. I doubt any of them want to continue to have the curse the second Lich King left on them. I think that would depend on what you do with the Scourge. Because, okay, so there's only really a few options, if you really break it down, for what we do with the Scourge, right? Option 1, they are removed from the board. In other words, they are fully and permanently destroyed. Okay. That's tricky and kind of problematic. But at that point, that's just a holy crusade. If I might be so bold, I find that not very interesting. Option 2, keeping them under control. Mass Effect 3, blue. Wow, that hurt like hell. What the crap? I'm gonna actually heal after that. Jesus. Option 3, cure. Now, cure is the one they're least likely to do, but if I'm being honest, is also the one I find most interesting. Especially since it would probably be the kind of thing that isn't possible in all cases, either because they're too far gone, or they don't want to be cured. The Scourge themselves could be one of the impediments, that is to say, individual Scourge could be one of the impediments to the Scourge being cured. And yeah, some of these specific undead would probably be more amenable toward being cured than some of the rest. If you remember, Draenei have a really big taboo of death. I said that wrong, but you know what I mean. The Draenei find death to be a big taboo. There we go. Better way to phrase that. So I imagine most of the Draenei undead would be more than willing to be like, yeah, okay, yeah, let's do this. Trolls would probably find it, you know, whatever. The Nerubians, and so forth and so on. If we go the cure route, having the Death Knights becoming the Death Knights caretakers, I guess is what the word I want to use here, of death, literally Death Knights, instead of how the terminology is usually used, might actually work. Don't even have to change the name. I mean, we've already seen in this setting that when a necromancer isn't an evil dickhead, being undead doesn't suck that much. Not really. The problem hasn't been the undeath, it's been the assholes, right? Ain't that always the way? Yeah, exactly, Carolina. Some legitimately good necros, of which we have, well, like 5 in the entire setting. Her brow furrows as she concentrates on the energy captured in the device. These readings are alarming. We should head back immediately.
New doorway.
You've bathed in their essence and glow with promise. We too have tasted their power. It courses through us, strengthens us, yes. Our research is complete. Conclusion, the void is attracted to the realm due to its violent nature. The void storm is a melting pot of torment and savagery. The void was drawn to this aura of endless suffering. This place is a dire threat to the Rendori. However, our mission here is important. Let's take our findings back to the others. Could you help me snap Matrain out of it? Sure. Hang on 1 second. Let me use the toy you're about to give me. Really quick. There we go.
The universe is full of
The
mystery.
blood, the void, the apex, it all fits together. We understand our purpose now. You spent too much time chasing this beast. We should bring the word back. No, we understand the whispers. We understand their promises. We are the apex predator. We are the void. Shadows grasp. The void has taken him. Please stop him before he wreaks any more devastation. Okay, sure. That sounds easy enough. I know there's a transitionary phase, Mook, but I don't remember when it is. Forgive me. Matrain the Void Consumed is his name, by the way. Oh, and then he's immediately eaten. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's horrific. You know, another thing they could do. This is going to sound strange. Make Undeath opt in. You know how we have, like, forms you could sign, which is do not resuscitate, or, you know, please donate my organs? You could have a form people could sign out in Warcraft, which say, here, I'll help you kill him. I'll help you kill him. You could have a form in Warcraft that enables you to say, yes, please raise me as undead after I am dead. How's that for a weird thought? That could also be how the Forsaken keep going. I think I did as Mirror Star, because it's not the first time it's been bouncing around my head. Yeah, sorry, buddy. I had all my cooldowns that time. In all our time together, I never expected Betrayan would fall prey to the Void. I failed him. But I will not fail our people again. We should take great care of the Voidstorm and stay only as long as we must. Our research should have prepared me for the worst. Thank you for helping me. I must bring word back to Umbric before any more Rendori are met with the same fate. Meanwhile, remember those runic rocks we found? Such fresh, inquiring minds. I have the answers you seek. Find me. Do you too hear the voices, brother?
Walk your own path.
These beasts eating rocks.
I greet you.
Oh, you found more of them. Have you noticed the runes emanate void? The creatures in the Voidstrom seem to have an endless hunger for that magic. So I think these beasts are eating the void in those runes. At least that makes the most sense.
New doorways have
There's no rubble on the surface. The beasts are burrowing, so they must be finding it in a cavern underground. I've been thinking about how to get there. You notice the vortexes that dot the storm fields? Yeah! You should jump into one. No. Okay, in we go. This is unironically one of my favorite world quests. By the way, it also shares. So doing this world quest can take literal seconds if you're doing it in a group. And I'm a demon hunter, so I can do stuff like that. And done. You are fearless, powerful. I gift you knowledge. This world was once called Predicea. Did you hear that? The world was called Predicea. What a revelation.
The universe
We're at the brink of a monumental discovery. Hurry, there's no time to even call for backup. We must find this strange spirit. We must listen to the strange spirit, just like everyone else has in this entire zone. Surely this is a good idea that we should go along with.
The whispers do not control me.
So just take a moment. Spectre, tell me. Was there once intelligent life on this world, Predicea? Yes, my people. Enter the vortex and you will learn everything. Here, this tablet must be the source of the rubble. Can you quickly read it? Our great peoples, the cities we built, untold grandeur, shimmering in the sky, Predicea shone with knowledge, scholarship, our greatest weapon in the wars to come. Did you carve this tablet, Spectre? Your people, your civilization, were they lost to war? Only my beautiful weapons could stop the bloodshed. They were so beautiful. Oh, tell me about it, Mirror Star. Empire of First Strike. City lost another until no more. They needed me. They asked me. Great Akintunde. Make weapon. Save them all. Spectre, you are Akintunde? Some sort of weaponsmith? My empire asked for a weapon to end wars. I obliged. In the wake of my weapon, War ended. All ended. Cities razed. No more war. No more. Only smallest life survived, evolved over eons. Monsters, beasts now. In the final wave, before the end, Mai betrayed me, locked me away. Punishment for giving what they asked. No, it can't be. Your weapons ended all civilization? How could you live with yourself? How do you linger? Only the strong survive. My people were weak. I overcame death itself, and now you will help me with my rebirth.
Question everything.
If this specter and his tablet are to be believed, this world was once thriving with multiple civilizations. Just like on Azeroth, they fought endless wars. They asked Akintunde for a weapon to end all wars, and he delivered by making one that ended everything. Akintunde created a weapon to end all life. I can hardly believe it, but truth or lie, we can't leave the spirit be. He's clearly dangerous. If he knows how to create such a weapon, we can't let him contact anyone from Azeroth. We both know a few warmongers who would do anything for that kind of power. Yeah. I think I can realign the vortex again to take us direct to him. Get ready for a fight.
Unchecked emotion leads to ruin.
I'm ready. If you kill me, my secrets of my weapon will die with me. Be my vessel, and you will wield the power to destroy worlds. And be a slave to your will, no doubt? No, your knowledge dies with you, buddy. If you won't serve willingly, your puppet will be... Or I will puppet your corpse, which... Xal'atath knew how to do that, didn't she? Oh. Interesting implications. To go and give my theory, I think this is Xal'atath's original world. That's why she's so fond of it and uses it as her base of operations. She probably gave into the void to survive whatever he did. Demon Hunter, you look like you've got a thing or two about style. Thanks for ruining the mood there, buddy.
We embrace a new future.
Oh, forgive me. That all happened so quickly. Was any of it even true? What else could that spirit have been? Entire world, civilizations that used to thrive, where we stand. Could that really be? I'll tell you one thing for certain. That'll haunt me for the rest of my days.
Shirel Aran.
Could there really have been an entire empire lost because of a single man who let nothing come between him and his pursuit of knowledge? Azeroth has been torn apart by war after war after war. Is this desolation our fate as well? If all that's true, I'm glad we let his knowledge die. I'll report our findings, but all details about the weapon are gone. Some history should be left in the dark. Yeah, let's not do that. If that's okay. I feel like that is the correct thing, is to not let that happen. Alright, I promised us Myriad Star I'd do the dumb quest of dumbs. Let's dumb it up. Our foothold at Stormarion is tenuous at best. We're barely holding off the enemy on one front. I certainly don't want to have to force an assault on the rest of the Citadel. That's where you and I come in. Meet me at the Citadel.
Question.
The Shadow God are upon us!
Maladash Malanore.
All our forces are focused on this courtyard, but I think we have another problem. I've scouted between assaults. There's activity in the lower keep, and not to worry you, but there's signs of another singularity. Are you up for a little reconnaissance? We'll go through the trench. They've got an impressive operation for gathering void energy. Might as well hit that on the way. After all, our defenses here can't power themselves. If I'm wrong, we tell Mayela we were proactively shoring up supply lines.
Maintain control. Always.
I've got a hunch I need to follow in the lower keep. That means going through the trench. I hate to miss targets of opportunity, and the host's energy collecting operations right there. How do you feel about wrecking their production capacity? The longer it takes for them to recover, the easier it'll be to maintain the offensive up here. It's not complicated. If it looks useful, smash it. After that, we'll move on to the main objective.
The void offers endless possibilities.
Okay. No, I know. It's just... I'm pretty sure one of these is the actual weekly right here. And since that's a count, I've got all that unlocked already. Stormarian's fine. It's probably my least favorite of the various events in Midnight. That doesn't mean it's bad, it's just my least favorite, so I don't do it very often. In fact, at this point, I don't do it at all. Yeah, I saw that too as Mirror. If you're wondering, by the way, my personal favorite of the endgame activities is the ritual sites. One second, please. I don't know, I'm kind of the same mind as Bear Stars, but you know what ritual sites remind me of, and one of the reasons I'm so positive about them? They're scenarios. Right? Pandaria? There's only 2 of them. That's the biggest flaw with them. Once you've done them, you've kind of done them, right? But a tier 6 with all mutators up is very fun. Yeah, it's kind of got the horrific vision thing going, too. Which I also enjoyed, consequently. I do wish they'd expand on it, but to my knowledge they are not. Instead we're getting the layers thing in the next patch. Don't mistake me, layers look cool, but... eh. Still holding my breath for labyrinths. We are surprisingly far into the expansion and still haven't seen a feature they announced it with it, so we'll see what's going on with that, I suppose. Isn't there like another layer? I'm sorry, I stalled there because I realized the pun I was unintentionally saying. Isn't there another layer to layers? Like there's something to do while you wait for the group or something. I don't remember. I haven't actually looked it up that much because I've been feeling busy. Is Mr. Red done? Yes. Excellent. If there's a threat, you tell me first. Don't just abandon your post on a hunch.
The universe.
I thought it best to avoid a panic.
New doorways.
Oh, good. The less void energy the Dominar have to throw at us, the better. I'll make sure this gets back to the assault. It'll help keep the defenses running.
The whispers do not control me.
It should take some time to get back to capacity. I'll keep the pressure off, at least for a while.
Shirella Ran.
Yes, there may be another unstable singularity. No, I didn't tell anyone. We don't have enough forces to divert our attention. That's why I asked you to accompany me. Besides, we've only got one singularity anchor. Don't worry, though. I've got a plan. These Dominar are experts on shaping the void, so they must have some means of controlling singularities. Get in there and grab any tools that look important. We'll find a way to stabilize ourselves.
Power is to be wielded, not feared.
I don't approve of the Sika's disregard for duty, but I do trust his instincts. If he says there's something here we need to see, he's probably right. Even if he's wrong, we shouldn't waste this opportunity. A Dominar weaponsmith and a researcher does his work from here. With most of our forces attacking the anchor, he should be an easy target. Take him out.
The Rendurai survive.
Let's move. Your hunch better not be a waste of time. Trust me, I wish I were wrong, but I doubt we're that lucky. Come on. Reese's Cup. That would be really cool as Maristar. I'd be surprised if we don't get it eventually. Like, they've been pretty diligently just adding more and more and more and more existing doodads as, you know, decor items. You mentioned Sporefall has difficulty modifiers. What do you mean by that? I haven't seen that. I mean, the next patch is adding 251 pieces. I counted. I love it. The actual post is like over 100. It's 251. No, I know, but I've done Sporefall. What's the mutator? Like, what have I missed there? Right? Like, that's the raid, right? No, it's not the raid. I swear there was a raid. But I don't see it now. I know I've done it. I have the mount from it. So I've done it 4 times. This one. This one right here. Yeah, that's more or less what I'm asking, Luke. I feel like I'm missing something here. I mean, the Spore Gliders have the same overall skeleton as the Dragonhawk, so of course they're awesome. Like there's just a fishing thing in here. Just why not? I mean, world boss with difficulty options is something I'm down for, so. And yeah, getting rid of the zone problem with world bosses is always going to be a good thing. That's been a problem for a while. Now, you saw this and didn't think to report it? In my defense, it was a lot smaller a few hours ago.
What have you seen?
The singularity has already begun to tear itself apart. We have no warning before it collapses. Could order an evacuation, but no, it would take too long. Our forces would still be caught in the blast. You, me, Lysikas, we need to take care of this now.
Anything to report?
Oh, good work. He was dangerously adept at crafting void weaponry. The devouring host's blades will be a bit duller with him dead. Unfortunately, we have a bigger problem.
My duty.
Ahem. I'll admit this looked more active than when I first saw it. Maybe a little bit of panic is warranted. Alright, marvelous. Let's see what you got. He stares blankly at the tools you've acquired. I have no idea how to use any of these.
Do not control me.
Okay.
I didn't
The
see.
singularity can reach critical mass at any moment. We've no time to evacuate. It'll devour our forces in the upper citadel, maybe even in the ingress. Will you handle the tools? I have no idea how they work, but you've used more artifacts and used more strange magic than most. Remember, the void responds to will. Use the tools. Command the singularity to stabilize. I trust you'll figure out the rest.
Death to the shadow.
Sure. Hang on, let me place some defenses first. The black eye. The shock pylon. Another black eye. And the best item of all, the light barricade. You two stay focused. I'll guard the bridge. Oh, I'm not touching those tools. I'm much more comfortable with a rifle. And then we get to do this. Which is actually pretty cool. By the way, we're not actually playing as ourselves right now. Did you catch that? We're over there, channeling into the void. We're playing as the void elf covering our backs right now. Pluses. Yeah, it's the sniper quest from the Undermine. They've done a few quests in this style over the years. And I like it when they get creative like this. Quick, protect Lore Runner! He's so pathetic and weak, he needs it. Meanwhile, we got this. I wouldn't mind that decor either. It looks stable? For now, there's still the singularity at the upper citadel.
Anything to report?
Oh, hang on.
Do my duty.
Remarkable. Whatever you did seemed to work. The singularity seat should remain stable for now. Oh, I'm glad you stepped up. I suspect none of us would be speaking right now if Lysicus had picked up the tools.
I didn't seek this life.
Oh, one crisis averted, though the singularity's power was nothing compared to the one at the upper citadel. Our researchers are still working on a permanent solution, but at least we've only got one cosmic disaster. A shame the tools didn't survive. Our researchers could have used them to improve the singularity reactor.
Death to the Shadow God.
We'd welcome your aid in defending the anchor. You want to go do the event? You don't want to do the event? Okay. Lysicus, continue scouting, but next time you find something dangerous, don't wait to tell me. Very well. You have to admit it was fun. And now to leave Mr. Red behind forever. I'm kidding. I'm double-checking something. That's the Nether Scent, that's Abundance, and that's the two I'm waiting. Yep, there are 3 quest chains left. Perfect, and it's the 3 I wanted to save for last. Is it in the game? Smearstar? Jesus Christ, Spartan. I'm glad you got it sorted. I could do a dun-dun while I wait for Mr. Red, just to get that quest out of my way.
Everything is of the finest quality.
Oh, that's right, it's Tuesday.
Quality. I deal in the most exotic goods.
I promise you prosperity. You seek abundance? It lies...
No. Utilities should be utilities.
Is harvested.
You know, covered, in other words. Or very cheap. Internet should be a utility while we're on the subject. Yes, sorry. Good quality internet. I feel like that's so duh. I don't always feel the need to say it. But it's like water, right? We don't have a right to, excuse me, a privilege to water. We have a privilege to good water. Yeah. Yeah, electricity, good quality electricity. Lowenite? What the hell is Lowenite? Good quality internet. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, a lot of the people I've seen politically argue that the internet should not be a utility are people who are dealing with information that is literally decades out of date at this point. Like, we're past that point. The internet is a mandate nowadays. We are an interconnected society. The end. And yeah, if you want to hear the most wild hot take that people are like, oh my god, he's so far left for, it's that I think that certain things should be privileges. For example, healthcare, education, good food, good water, electricity, internet, and housing. Shelter, to be clear. All of those things. None of those should be commodified, in my opinion. I should mention I've put real thought into that, not just a casual, it'd be nice if. And I've thought about how that could be implemented, too. Do I? Oh my god, I'm so stupid. I'm not actually doing abundance.
Alas, alack, alacrity! Your abundant limit nears!
Well.
Enter my domain. Pursue.
No, I think that counted. Maybe it didn't count. Hang on. No, it did count. I can turn in now. Woo!
Delay not, lest abundance be claimed without you.
I'll go abandon that. I don't care right now. Okay, so that quest completed. Woo! Abundance is amazing. Abundance is the most bite-sized, silly, and fun of the various events. There's a lot of post-game, endgame stuff in Midnight. I like the fact that abundance is as low intensity as it is. Right? The biggest downside, the only negative thing I could say about abundance is it's really not fun to do by yourself. Alright, where's the Mr. Red? I'm just gonna wait here for him. With this quest. So this is one of the big three I wanted to save for last. If I can find the damn spot. It's in a weird spot. Ah, there it is. Found the cave. This quest is unique if you are a demon hunter. I believe also a warlock.
Let us speak.
The mage sniffs the air at your approach and narrows her good eye at you. After a moment of hesitation, she reluctantly speaks in fluent Eridun. You stink of fel. I will save us the indignity of grunting at one another, but do not mistake me for Minari. We are Draenei, exiles, survivors. I am Tulamar. It is my duty to guard my people, the Nether sent, and see them home. I am an Eridar, but ahead of that I am Draenei. I spit on demonkind, who chase my people across the cosmos. Tyrants, Minari. But they are not the monsters that threaten my people that we speak. My people need your help, and I ask for it. The cave is in a weird spot. It's over here. By the way, this would be a good pick for favorite side character for this expansion. I'm just saying, if anyone wants to nominate her. Her name is Tulamar, twice exiled. Krokul, Sargerai, defectors. Other origins you could scarcely believe. We are survivors, one and all. We too are Draenei. I stand behind my kin with pride. We have been alone in the cold, uncaring great dark beyond for thousands of years. Left... No, wrong one. Evo, no! Evo, no! You've done the worst thing possible. If you type !MMO, you will find the nominations for this. Please do not nominate any WoW, FF14, FF11, or ESO stuff on the LGAs. nominated on the MMOGAs. We were playing 4 MMOs this year. Come on. I should be using an accent, I just realized. So yeah, if you can speak demonic, you can just talk to her, and you get additional lore and story from this. If you are not, this quest goes completely differently. Your arrival fills me with cautious hope, alien. I owe you for rescuing my younger brother, but I have more to ask of you.
Melanora Akar. I am listening.
I must return my people to our world, to safety. Below, we've cobbled together a portal nexus with what we've scavenged from the Nominar, but we have not been able to get it to work. However, I witnessed a magical reaction when an argument between 2 Krokuul came to blows. It flickered to life briefly. Like everything else of the Void, I believe Dominar magic resonates with violence. Bring me blood from the beasts of the trench to the north. I have an idea. Beasts. You have those where you came from, right?
Melanora Akar.
I love the fact that she doesn't know anything. She doesn't know who we are. She doesn't know what demon hunters are. She doesn't know the Legion's gone. She doesn't know what Azeroth is. Yeah, no, her language is barely audible if you are not a demon hunter or a Draenei or a Lightforged Draenei or a Warlock, I believe is the last one. Yeah, no, she's been cut off for bajillions of years. She has been doing what the rest of the Draenei have been doing. You know, the ones we know, the ones from BC. Running. Spending a long time running. And yeah, if you're a Draenei, she's like, oh my freaking god. God, I'm just taking a lot of damage lately. What the hell? Problem is my gear is stagnated. I'm not getting any new gear. I'm pretty much, yeah, 201 on everything. Never evil. I refuse. I must return my people to our world, to safety. Wait, no. That's not. That's completely the same if you're Draenei. Hang on. So the Draenei one, Warlock one, and Demon Hunter one are all the same here? I'm trying to find the other thing that you're talking about. Maybe it's the previous quest? Hang on a sec. Here we go. Thousands of years separated from our kin on the Genedar has a way of carving rifts between us. I should explain. Many of us followed the prophet Velen in his great flight away from Sargeras' legion. Perhaps you know the many worlds we sought the refuge upon. Perhaps you stepped on the foot of some of them yourselves, as we did. Worlds of snow and ice and mist and bush. Endless oceans. No world we could settle for long. The Legion came, as always, and I and the others who could promptly return to our dimensional ship, who could not promptly return to our dimensional ship, were left behind. We watched the Genedar drift into the sky until it was nothing more than a glimmering dot, and then gone. Since then we have survived in the great dark beyond, alone. So then, as a Draenei, you could tell them, Sargeras is done, the Legion is gone. I have heard news of this victory on Argus. We have stumbled upon Felscarred kin seeking redemption in greater numbers than ever before. I regret I was not there to join you. But there is so much more for us to discuss. And she'll say brother or sister, depending on what your gender is. I hope there will be time to, but we're in danger here. My people need to go home. But come with us to Azeroth. Be with your people. I will consider it. But you must understand, these people, my people, already have a home. They have families, loved ones they were stolen from. Imagine doing the same. Leaving everything behind to join us and hope that a new world is safer than the one you already know and love. We can discuss this later. But we're in danger as we stand here and speak. And then she gives you the rest of the quests. God, I love this. If you're a demon hunter or warlock, you'll see. She's kind of like, a little harsher, but still understanding. And of course, Mr. Red's version. To go home, water of life need. This of here is fight. Of fight is void. Void is power. With power go home. Water of life of beast. Much. Yes? And that's what she says if you can't talk to her normally. Oh, I don't know. What happens when you hug her? What happens? Shake, 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 shake. Just a little one more. I still have the tutorial quest for Dun up. I hope that doesn't screw with anything. What do you want to bet that's going to screw with something? Oh god, where's the hole? I lost the hole! No! Hang on, where am I? There it is.
Have you any news?
If you're spotted, don't let them follow you here. I'd have put my people to the task, had the fighting pits not broken so many in body and spirit. Let's see if my theory is correct. She says something in Dranic. He stares flatly as Tulamar as she drenches him in blood.
Have you any news?
She looks away from the blood-soaked and mortified Juros and towards the portal as it flickers to life. She reads it with her powers of the arcane. He'll get over it. Besides, my other theory required Juros and I getting into a fist fight. No, you'll do the same to the others. The violent energies will power the portal, but attuning it will be a separate matter. When you're done here, meet me on the Dom and our rise. With you here, we can finally take what we need.
Melanora Aka.
Yeah, so... I don't know if you caught this. We've got them here. Not just broken, but lost ones. And this one is, hang on. What she says in Dranic is, not listed. I have no idea. What exactly are lost ones? So you know how elves dissolve over time without magic? Lost ones are kind of the inverse of that. They dissolve because of magic. You have your normal Draenei, then you have your broken, which is corrupted by magic. Then you have your lost ones, which is even more corrupted by magic. They turn into that. He looks at you with innocent confusion. There's not enough blood for all the Draenei. Maybe not all of them need to be drenched? No, I'm gonna help this poor guy out. Yeah, by the way, his name is the Gentle Pahi. Think about that for a minute. Okay, portal is stabilizing. Let's go talk to our good friend. He can speak demonic. I love the fact that we could talk to her specifically because we speak demonic, by the way. That's messed. Hang on. There it is. Wait, nope. Yeah, demonic is Eridar, or Eridween, I believe is what it's called. I don't know if Mr. Red knows the answer to that, Spartan.
Let us speak.
This hellish place. I was kept here for weeks before I slipped my restraints. There are far more of my kin here than when I last chanced to visit. Now we save them and kill these monsters.
I am listening. Let us speak.
These Dominar capture us and others across worlds and force them to fight for their amusement. Their fascination with mortals is equal only to their sadism. I was able to improvise a device from a combination of my magic and the pure chaos of this world and use it to escape. It breaks shackles, literal and metaphysical. Using it just once takes a lot out of me. She produces the relic and spends much of her arcane energy into the device. She gasps for air with ragged breaths from the efforts. Free my people and disrupt the gates they used to steal this world. I won't let anyone else be left behind. Never again.
Melanora Aka, have you any news?
She reaches into her pouch and retrieves a cracked stone of Dominar make. The Voidwalkers carry these. I've been able to use them as spellery agents, and they were helpful for my initial construction of the portal nexus. I presume they'll help me to attune it to our world. Besides that, they deserve death at your hands. Our suffering is their delight. Repay them the favor.
Melanora Aka.
Okay, then. Yep. Yep, it's there. Yeah, my tracker is really weird right now because I'm still technically on abundance. I might want to fix that before I do the next two chains. Actually, I wonder if a reload will do that just really quick. Nope. Okay. Does anyone remember the name of the item that teleports you to an abundance? Should be a toy. No questions, Elizar. Only answers. Speaking of which, remember in Harry Potter when someone was scared of even saying the name of the villain? If something like that existed in WoW and you were in WoW, would you have the balls to say the name? Yeah, that's always been dumb. To be blunt. Yeah, not saying someone's name is just ridiculous. It's building up their mythos. Why would you be afraid to say Lucifer? He's the devil. In the old days. So you're saying people were dumb in the old days? I believe that. I was pretty dumb back in the day. Honestly. Take it from Castlevania. The devil's a loser. I'm sorry, I have to explain that. So for those of you not aware, Castlevania doesn't have a lot of lore. Not really. But it does have some. And it's weirdly self-consistent with what little lore it does have. So there's this thing, right? The actual villain of the Castlevania series is Castlevania itself, or more accurately, the essence of chaos, which manifests as the castle and uses a human host in order to provide for its thing. That's Dracula, right? So Dracula is the host of chaos. Not willing, by the way. That's not a toll or a role he's particularly fond of. Anyways, the reason I bring this all up is the devil is actually a character in that setting. He's just a punk who has never been an issue. Even in the reboot, this is true, by the way. Small spoilers, but the main villain of the reboot of Dracula was the devil, who you then defeat and is no longer an issue because he's dead and gone. Something about that has always amused me. Oh, Mr. Red asked me the same question recently, Spartan. And it's a trickier answer than you'd think, unfortunately, because a lot of Castlevania games are worth poking at and not necessarily worth completing. So, to answer the list of which Castlevania games I think are worth poking at, it's a decently sized list. I recommend at least poking at Castlevania 1, 3, 4, that's Super, and pretty much all of the DS and GBA ones. Soten is a must, duh. I would also recommend Lament of Innocence, if you have access to it, and Curse of Shadows, both of which are PlayStation 2 games. Oh, thank you for reminding me, Moon. There's also a fan game called Castlevania Revamped, which is basically a Metroidvania built out of the bones of Castlevania 1. Lords of Shadow, I honestly don't recommend. It's fine. It's forgettable, it's missable, it ends on a cliffhanger, and Lords of Shadow 2 sucks. I shouldn't say it sucks, but like it was not worth playing. I regret playing Lords of Shadow 2. Let's just put it that way. Not a satisfying way to conclude. Lol, Mr. Red. Yes, I know that Patrick Stewart is in it. There's actually quite a few really good actors, including Jason Isaacs, who plays the devil. He does a really good job of it. This is Jason Isaacs.
I am listening. Have you any news? I am listening. Let us speak.
One more thing before we can return to our refuge. There is a Dominar whose name is Snarius. He scries the vastness of the great dark beyond in search of more victims, more fighters for his pits. Kill him and seize the focus he uses to spy on distant realms. It's the last piece of the puzzle. I wish I could join you in the fight, but I need to get the injured to safety. We will await your return, friend. You notice she's getting a lot more positive nowadays, now that we've already started helping her a bunch. Remember Archpriest, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I don't understand your question there, Elizar. Like, okay. Do you see this random dude here? He's pathetic. He doesn't even have a name. And so I'm going to start building him up like he's big and super and intimidating. And oh my god, he's so strong and powerful. You don't even know his dick is so huge! And I'm building up his mythos. Make sense? I am creating a reputation, excuse me, that he does not deserve. Yeah, the Dominar's like, what's a dick? Oh, the trope can work off the deeper end, but that's not the question I was asked. I was asked, would I ever, participate in such a thing? Would I ever be so afraid of someone that I would refuse to say their name? And the answer is no. In universe, that can be done to good effect. Does it make me brave? No. If anything, it just makes me a punk. So they're arguing over something. I can't imagine what. Juras is now sobbing. Only I can open the way, and only I can ensure none follow through.
Let us speak. I am listening.
Home. The fragrance of a gentle ocean breeze fills the cave.
Melanora Aka.
Oh, does he? Aw, he does. Also, we're going to try the hug really quick. Just to see. She tenses with surprise. After a moment, she hugs you back.
I am listening. Have you any news? Let us speak.
You made this possible. My people, safe. They must return, but I must be the one to ensure it. I cannot walk through that portal with them. I must destroy it to ensure no Dominar can follow through and darken our skies as before. You have proven yourself to be my ally, but I trust you with this. I cannot rest until I know they're safe. Dude, I got this.
Have you any news?
Seriously, let me do this for you. You do not meet the requirements for this quest? What?
Have you any news? I am listening.
There we go. There we go.
Melanora Aka.
Sorry, I've seen that bug before. No, I didn't see it at all, Zara. Cool. By the way, the Draenei says as he leaves, Dionys Aka. I don't need a translation for that one. And now she is Tulamar. Her name has switched to Green, and she is now the thrice exiled.
Have you any news?
Draenei. Exiled one. My first exile was the day our great flight began. Velen's words roused my heart. All of us who stepped onto the Genedar exiled from Argus as one. I prayed I was making the right choice. The second was the day the Legion ambushed our world. I was with Juras, searching below ground for minerals to replace a broken power core. He begged our mother to leave the ship and come help his big sister. The earth lurched from the steps of Fell Reavers. By the time we returned to the surface, Fellfire cannons had forced the Genitar into the sky. They had to leave. They had no choice. I know that. And now again. I need some time to be alone, but I'll find you out there. Somewhere safe where we can talk at length. And I hope to God we see her again in the future. Because holy crap.
Melanora Aka.
Yeah, by the way, I'm personal friends with Velen. I kind of saved his life a couple of times. Here, take my card. This is a bag of popcorn. He'll know what it means, okay? Xenoblade Chronicles X. Can't spell today. Dispatch and Trails of Prospel. Tell me about it. Sorry, that was in reaction to Ismira Star. So yeah, pluses. All the pluses. What she says if you are not fluent is Draenei. Is word, you know. The word is one of exile. Need alone. Need time. See you again. Find you. I mean, I don't keep that document up, but I believe you as Miristar, because, yeah. Yeah. 2 more chains to go. We are cooking. I might pause to eat like a cookie or something. I'm getting a little shaky. Should be one right around here. There it is.
Baladash, Nalanore.
Sorry, 3 chains left. I actually forgot about one. So let's go do this one first. So that's Alari the Soul Eater, and that's Lyanna Darkstrider. Alari is from Legion. Lyanna is from War Within. She was the first of the Devourer specs. Yeah, tell me about it, Asmira. Yrel was cool. She was. You know. Sorry, I really needed that.
We fight for a new future.
Thank you for freeing me from the ethereal cages in the Warcraft. The void is powerful here, in ways we're only beginning to understand, and danger brings new opportunities. If you remember, my quest to combine the power of the void with the strength of the Illidari has not changed. Backing Adaris was a mistake, but a necessary one to progress. And now I find a willing teacher in Alari. Ask for your help again. Help me find the strength to protect my people.
Power is to be wielded, not feared.
Follow me. You must understand why the Illidari sacrifice. Where are we going? To Argus. To see what Illidan has seen. Actually, hang on. I'm sorry, real quick. Before I do this. I'm going to do one thing super quick, because I'm kind of tired of this being a thing and I have a thought. Yeah, just go to Argus. I mean, Alari could just go to Argus. But yes, the Tinkerer lady from the Heritage Quest. I don't remember her name. The Draenei woman. She was in Shattrath. Was that Atanya? I'm not great with names in general, so they don't always stick in there. Okay, here we go. Let's see if we can do this here, because this is supposed to be the tutorial. There we go.
Come and be blessed by my abundance. This is abundance. Go ahead, walk to it, and it will heed your call. Well done, Acolyte. Within my domains, you shall find abundance beyond measure. And from many sources, abundance flows, such as this ore. Go ahead, mine away. Of course, harvested abundance serves no purpose within the depths of your rucksack. Approach any altar of abundance, and your acquired materials will be contributed efficiently and hastily. You have mastered the basics of abundance. Now, prove your worth in this smaller, curated domain.
It's doing better.
Enhances your own abilities the more you harvest and contribute. Have you felt its strength?
Thank you for asking. It is, at this point, I'm like 98% convinced it is, in fact, a rib thing. Because of how it's been feeling. Hello.
Your fragile.
How is my dear sister?
Reaching its limits here. I will forcibly
What?
remove you for your protection.
No. Why? Okay. But, okay. I don't have a car at the moment. No, I don't. He has my car. Okay. Sure. Sure, I can make that happen. Okay, yeah. Okay. Guys, I'm gonna have to cut off very soon, all of a sudden, with no warning, because my sister does not know what planning means. No, there's no, my tone should convey my overall thoughts on the matter. Well, hear my tone. Hear my tone. Oh my god. Okay, so, yes, I am suddenly in a hurry, so I'm gonna go ahead and hold up, or hang up, excuse me. Bye. Okay. No, it's not a terrible point to cut off. I was just kind of, no, there's no bones, Mr. Red! There's bones right here. Mr. Red, go here. Look, here. Take them, Rosebank. Take them. Take the bones! What the hell was I doing? Damn. Well, yeah, no, I don't think I could do any of these 3 quests in the amount of time I have left. So, I guess I'm going to cut off now. I apologize, everyone. I was really hoping to finish... I lied to you. I said we're going to finish Voidstorm today. I was wrong.
I have many lucky doos.
On the plus side, we are pretty much guaranteed to finish Voidstorm tomorrow. So that's neat. And that'll lead nicely into the MSQ, I suppose. So whatever.
Good fortune to our friends.
So I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.